pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, at this time then, we will move to the statement of meeting procedures read by our clerk of the board, Ann Holman.
Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting of Thursday, August 16th, 2012. Agendas are available on the wall outside this meeting room. If you are here to speak on an issue not appearing on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. There's a 3-minute time limit per speaker. The board is not permitted to take action on items addressed under public comment. When you speak, clearly state your name and address for the record. All items on the agenda will be open for the public to address before final action is taken. There's a 3-minute time limit per speaker, which will be monitored by a timer on the podium. If there is a person speaking on behalf of a group with no other testimony from another member of the group, please identify yourself as such, and your time may be extended at the pleasure of the board. Keep in mind that the chairman has discretion of limiting the total discussion time on any item. If you are hearing impaired, we have listening devices available. It is requested that all pagers and cell phones be either turned off or put in the silent mode. Thank you for your participation and cooperation.
Thank you, Ann, and my apologies. This is the time for public comment. Anyone may address the board on items not on today's agenda. If you do have comments, please limit them to 3 minutes per person, since time allocated is 15 minutes. If all comments cannot be heard in 15 minutes at the beginning of the meeting, we will take them up again at the end of the regular session, and the board is not permitted to take any actions on any items addressed under public comment. So at this time, is there any public comment on any items not on today's agenda? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Supervisors committee reports. Any supervisors have anything to report? Supervisor Euler.
Yes, Madam Chair, just a clarification on a couple issues in regard to upcoming meetings, and I'd ask staff to look into. I will be gone the week of the 27th, I believe that's the Monday. I get the pleasure of joining the California delegation to the Republican Convention in Tampa that week. And so I have a border committee meeting on that Monday, Supervisor Duran and I, and I know that one of the topics of conversation is the PCCP. I don't know if we declared an alternate for border committee, but I would ask for the board's approval if Supervisor Wygant is available to attend. Excuse me. I'd ask for the board's approval to have Supervisor Wygant attend that meeting, especially given the nature of the topic of conversation. And then also we have a PCTPA meeting that week, that Wednesday, that I will be missing, and so I'm inquiring as to whether or not we had an alternate for PCTPA for our board, and if so, if the alternate would be available to attend that meeting.
It appears that Supervisor Wygant is checking his calendar.
9 o'clock on Monday, and I think this one is up here. Let me check real quick. It's at Roseville. It's down at their offices. 9 o'clock.
I generally don't travel to Roseville, but we'll make an exception.
They don't visit you a lot either, Robert.
Gotta take the gun rack off your truck before you do? Is that the issue?
So would we need to take any action to, if we don't have an alternate designated, or if we do and it is not Supervisor Wygant, would we need to?
Well, as Border Committee, we don't take any formal actions, make any formal recommendations, anything like that. It's just getting together and talking, really, more than anything else. So I don't know that we...
That's right up Robert's alley.
Yes.
I have no objection to okay. Robert. Anybody? Okay, I think that's fine. And then Kirk will look into the PCTPA and see if you do have an alternate.
That one, obviously, we do cast votes.
Who that is. Any other supervisor committee reports? This is not technically a committee report. I did want to mention that recently the state of California suspended a few portions of the Brown Act one of which, however, was not skipping the statement of meeting procedures, so I'm glad we circled back and took care of that. Generally, they were requirements in terms of public noticing. They've actually waived the requirement for the 72 hours for public noticing. However, Placer County is going to continue to meet that goal. And there's a few other related issues. It's just is a way that the state does not have to reimburse us for our costs, but we will continue to follow the intent of that law, as we really do seriously believe in government transparency and sunshine. So just as a heads up. All right, my apologies. We will get back to agenda item 1. I interrupted our county executive. Please, David, continue. My apologies.
Well, really, I should be apologizing to the board for overlooking the standard procedures of conducting our meetings. So I won't repeat what I said, but suffice it to say that I think this is an important step in the budget adoption process, and we really do want this to function like a workshop. So to the degree that the board has questions and wants to engage the speakers in a conversation to seek clarity and understanding, I would certainly encourage that as we proceed today and tomorrow. So with that, I would turn it over to Graham Naus, who will provide some context for the department presentations.
I am Graham Knaus in the CEO's office, and before we delve straight in, a few things, housekeeping kind of things to go over, and at least some differences relative to the way we're going to do this year compared to last year. The first is that each of you has a binder that has all of the presentation materials for today and tomorrow, and included in that is a summary and the detail related to all the final budget requests. We have a complete version of that binder also in the clerk of the board's office, so that is publicly available to the extent folks want to go through that. And in addition, we have copies of the presentation and the schedule in the rear of the chambers for folks to have access to should they need that. As it relates to the final budget recommendations, the recommendations for things to include will be reflected in some of the numbers that will be presented to you today and then again tomorrow when we get to the afternoon. And those recommendations, to the extent there's a significant change from the proposed budget from where we are now, will be addressed as part of the department presentations. Those key policy changes and fiscal changes will be touched on as part of those presentations. And last, we're doing something a little bit different this year. You'll see in your schedule a reference to both the CEO principal and analyst for each department. And it will be the analyst that will be doing the overview slides related to their responsible departments, and then turn the presentation over to the departments. As principals, we're certainly available for any questions that may come up to the extent that there's a need to do so, but it will be the analysts who do such a great job covering both the fiscal side and the policy side related to departments. So with that, would just move forward and reference that this workshop will certainly cover a significant amount of ground, as David outlined. Really will provide some policy structure before we get into some of the budget details. We'll first outline some of the significant policy and fiscal priorities and issue facing the county, and a number of these will be integrated and touched on through the department presentation, since they play such a key role, a lead role in many of these. And through our own CEO-related presentations, both today and again tomorrow. These include sustainability of the budget and operations, which is along the lines of the 5-year strategic budget approach. And that's also about capturing where we are. We've gone through several years of an economic downturn. We're at or near the bottom, and measuring where we are so that as we go forward we have some reference point is a critical piece of that 5-year approach that we'll be working on over the next several months. Certainly infrastructure and working through the Infrastructure Investment Committee, prioritizing infrastructure projects, and working through a financing plan to bring back to your board is on that list. Regional sewer, both from a fiscal and from a policy perspective in terms of providing support to the board as we move forward on that. Dissolution of redevelopment, which certainly is an evolving challenge for the county, both from a fiscal and a policy perspective in impacting of projects. Land use related to West Placer in terms of service delivery and potential new proposed projects. Working through Middle Fork related policy priorities in anticipation of those revenues materializing at some point in the over the next several years. Certainly AB 109 implementation and continuing to work through an evidence-based practices approach to that, and also working through the approach and timeline related to the South Placer Adult Correctional Facility. Labor negotiations, always a critical priority for any public and many private entities, and succession planning, which has become a growing challenge within the county, given the wise structure of our workforce, folks with a number of years of county experience, and trying to work through a plan to ensure that we have some ability to continue the expertise that exists within the county. In terms of development of the county budget, this is a long process, and over the next 2 days we'll be going through one element of that, the significant element of that. We've had a number of discussions your board has had on some of the broad fiscal detail, and also on specific policy-related issues in particular areas, including library and fire, and working through infrastructure and the 5-year approach. As we stand today, the county is financially healthy. We're positioned relatively well, given that we've just gone through a pretty significant economic downturn, as has the rest of the region, the state, and the country. And we are positioned relatively well, given two things. One, lots of short and long-term planning that's occurred over the course of the last several years, and also a number of actions and policy direction that has been provided by your board to ensure that we have a as stable an organizational structure as we can. The economy, unfortunately, is not just turning and running around the corner and doing a sprint. It is going pretty slowly in terms of a potential turnaround. There's continuing to be some mixed signals relative to both the underlying strength of the economy and where things may be moving. We'll touch on unemployment in just a few minutes. And from a county service delivery standpoint, there are out-year pressures that remain that we face. And so as we move forward, balancing that tension between what are our available revenues and what are the costs that are driving the overall operation, to ensure that there are high-quality services that continue to be provided to Placer County residents. And the 5-year budget strategy is intended as a guide framed within the budget and financial policy to help provide some level of stability as we move through the next several years. And that stability is within a world that is continues to be uncertain. And from a fiscal assessment standpoint, it's really a number of things, a number of actions, a number of policies that exist within this county that's enabled us, to mitigate some of the potential service impacts over the last several years. It's certainly, as your board well knows, has certainly not been easy over the last several years, but through the that continued planning and the board direction has really enabled a more gentle course than certainly would otherwise have been the case here in the county. So as we look forward, revenues certainly appear that they're going to start moving in the positive direction, and that's fantastic. It just needs to be balanced with the cost pressures that exist as well.
Graham, I just had a clarification.
Yes.
You used the word positioning, and some folks out in their homes may not understand what exactly that means. When you use that term, could you expand on exactly what you mean? And what I'm thinking is that we're positioned well and have been positioned well to weather the storm. Does that also mean that we're positioned well to take advantage of opportunities once the economy turns around?
And yes and yes.
Okay.
So through the long-term planning that occurred prior to the economic downturn, where there was less reliance on one-time funding for ongoing operations, there were funds that were put in the general fund reserve to ensure that there was at least some safety valve to weather an economic storm. It wasn't anticipated to be this long, and because of that, it has required some additional policy direction and decisions by your board to ensure that we remain as stable and as sustainable as possible relative to service levels and what the shape of the county organization is. And it's also led to continued exploration in this county of what's the best model of service delivery. Placer does some things different than other folks do in some of the blended services models in HHS, probation, and some of the other areas within the county, and continuing to explore that and identify opportunities to expand on it where it makes sense and has an overall benefit to the community have been, those are both the things that have enabled us to be positioned better given the economic downturn, and also as we move forward, that we can build on to ensure that there's a sustainable operation for the coming years and a sustainable set of service delivery for the constituents of Placer County. The relative to the revenue and the revenue picture, we have updated this chart to reflect per capita revenues by categories through 2011-12. So this reflects where we ended June 30th of this year. There's good and bad as you look at this chart. There, on the taxes side, which is primarily property taxes, there is a continued downward trend there. The intergovernmental transfer side appears positive and has been moving up. Some of that has come from increased responsibilities and revenue associated with AB 109 related items, which is folded into that category. And if we compare where we are now to where we were back in 1977-78, we're about 7% lower on a per capita revenue basis than we were back in the Prop 13 timeframe.
And Graham, again, for those folks who may be listening at home, can you explain what you mean by per capita?
Sure. What I mean by per capita is that when we add up all the revenues that support the county operations and we break that down by the number of folks that reside within Placer County, so the 352,000 citizens within Placer County, and we basically break the revenue down on a per Placer County resident basis. When we look at that compared to where we were back in 1977-78, adjusted for inflation, we're 7% below where we used to be back then. And there's been because of the economic downturn, there's been a decline over the last several years. If we went back to where we were in 6-7, in the 2006-7 fiscal year, we'd actually would be up on a per capita revenue basis compared to 1977-78.
Thank you.
You're welcome. From an expenditure standpoint, calculated in the same way relative to all the county expenditures that feed into the operation, and broken down by the countywide population as adjusted for inflation. In this case, similar to the revenue story, we are about 5 to 6% below where we were on an expenditure basis compared to where we were back in 1977, 78. This is a new picture. We haven't pulled this together before, and in looking for ways to show what's happened in the on the property tax side, which is the county's largest discretionary revenue source, what we did is we took the two charts that we just looked at and their structure in terms of breaking things down on a per Placer County resident basis, and we did that for property tax. And in doing it for property tax, you can really see the impact of the housing boom because it really jumps off the page. And so on a per capita revenue basis for property tax, when we go through where we think we're going to land in 2016-17, it's $66 per Placer County resident in terms of property tax revenue. And that is the same amount as received in 2011-12, so just last year, and also 2001-2. So from a per Placer County resident basis, where we believe we will be in 2016-17 is the same place that we were in 2001-2. Granted, we have a much larger population, so the actual dollars will be higher, but broken down on a per Placer County resident basis, it's about the same as what it will have been 15 years prior. And I use this as an example to highlight that there is, when we talk about how the economy has been rebased, this is reflective of that in terms of the world that existed for a number of years where there were significant increases on the property tax side and generally throughout the economy within the state and the region. That world would be terrific to return, but it's not expected over the next several years. So it's a much slower recovery and doesn't get back to where we were on a per capita basis just several years ago. So there are a lot of folks, me included, that aren't all that patient related to the economy and want to just jump up and jump down and jump up and down and say, let's get on with it. There's this slow, gradual recovery has led to continued relatively historically high unemployment. We were just 6% back in 2006, and the county-wide unemployment is at 10%. We're faring better than the state as a whole, but it still remains historically high and is certainly an overall concern related to the economy. Sales tax has continued to improve to some degree over the last 2 years, and we anticipate that will continue to be the case going forward as well. We also have some significant changes in the state-county relationship. You referenced the Brown Act and the state interest in reducing funding for things that we ultimately still move forward on. There are some significant changes that have occurred over the course of the last couple of years. Certainly the change related to redevelopment, the dissolution of that. The 2011 realignment, which has significant implications on the public safety, criminal justice system side, but also covers $30 million or thereabouts of health and human services related programs and some probation programs as well. It's very large in its scope. And so there's some changes related to that. And there are future anticipated changes, some of which you may hear about over the course of the next couple of days, related to another realignment that we may see perhaps as early as January of next year related to the state proposing additional programs to shift back to us. And so as as we seek to remain stable and recognize the slow recovery over the course of the next several years and this evolving dynamic in terms of our relationship with the state, capturing where we are, measuring what it is that we do and how we do it now, and communicating the compelling public value of the services provided in Placer County becomes ever more critical, so we have some reference point as we move forward over the next several years. Since the proposed budget, when we do the proposed budget, there are a number of things that are not folded into it. We do it in June. The year ends at the end of that at the end of the month of June, and we go through the analysis along with departments and certainly the Auditor Controller's Office to ensure that we have a firm grasp on what the dollars are, and then we adjust those. So the numbers that you'll see related to final budget recommendations have been updated from proposed budget to reflect what our actual carryover fund balance number is, to reflect updated revenue and expenditure projections, rebudgets of grants and projects, things that are ongoing, a number of which have a restricted revenue source associated with them, and certainly provisions to reserves, adding some dollars to reserves in some of the funds. From a fund balance perspective, the fund balance is a result of long-standing board policies relative to our budget and financial policy. How do we prepare our budget? What's the approach that we use related to that? The framework in terms of having a conservative approach related to revenues and expenditures, feeling in a challenged economy, filling critical or mandated positions, limiting the filling of positions to those, and that valve has been released a little bit over the course of this past year to meet some of the critical service priorities that exist throughout the the countywide operations. Also, moving towards less reliance on one-time revenues for ongoing solutions. We use this carryover fund balance as a critical tool to balance our budget, and one of the questions is to what extent should we rely on that carryover fund balance in order to ensure that we have a sustainable operation when it doesn't fully materialize. So if we're expecting a significant amount of fund balance to balance our countywide operations and that doesn't materialize, it really jeopardizes our ability to remain stable. And we'll talk about that as part of the 5-year budget strategy. And attempting to use one-time revenues as much as possible for one-time purposes. As it relates to the fiscal year 2011-12 carryover, we've highlighted the two here that most impact the discretionary revenue within the county. The general fund, where at the proposed budget we were assuming a $27 million carryover fund balance. What was achieved is $30.5 million, so there's an increase in that'll be folded into some of the decisions you'll be faced with tomorrow afternoon. And on the public safety fund side, the proposed budget assumed a carryover of $6.1 million, and what was actually achieved was $9.9 million. And that will be reflected in the numbers that you'll see related to public safety both today and in tomorrow's discussion. From a final budget adjustment standpoint, these are aligned with some of the summary detail that you have in your binders, just outlining what the total magnitude is of these changes. We'll be going through them relative to the funds and integrated within the department budgets. I'm also highlighting that there are some requests that have not been recommended in a couple of areas. Those too will be touched on as we work through the department presentations and move towards the decision discussion for tomorrow. So when we fold all that in for the 2012-13 recommended budget, it would be $730 million, which is a decrease of $19 million from last year. That's a little over 2.5%. That's largely a function of the capital project side going down and the Public Ways and Facilities Fund, or the Road Fund, decreasing year over year as well, related to some of the timing of projects. The county pie, as it relates to our individual funds that structure our county budget, we displayed this last year as well. You can see that the general fund is roughly half of the countywide operation. That's where the discretionary revenue comes from, that supports a number of the other funds, including public safety and capital projects. The general fund portion of the pie actually is a hair smaller than it was last year, and there are increases generally in the road fund area and in the area of public safety related to what's happening within those funds. Looking at it on a by category basis, much of what we do is a direct service delivery. To do that, you need people, and as such, the salary and benefits portion is the largest share of the countywide pie. The other charges portion of this reflects our A87 county cost allocation plan, how we distribute the county overhead costs across the county. It also includes client aid related, the mandated caseload costs in HHS. And transfers is a function of the internal support of county operations. So that would be the information technology costs and some of the maintenance related costs.
Yes, Supervisor
Graham,
Holmes.
The salary and benefits, what percentage is that? My calculator isn't working. What percentage of the budget goes to salaries and benefits?
It's in the neighborhood of 40%,
Thank you.
35 to 40%.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Eula?
Yeah, Graham,
Ray?
following up on Supervisor Holmes's question, I was going to ask if you could provide us a slide with the percentages in it.
Pardon me?
Could you provide us a slide with the percentages?
Oh, absolutely. Certainly.
Piece of the pie? Thank you.
We'll have that prepared for you this afternoon. Looking broadly at revenues and expenditures and the funded positions for the total county operation, both the expenditure and the revenue side are going down compared to prior year, consistent with what we just chatted about in terms of the size of the budget. Funded positions actually go up year over year, and that's a function of things moving in a couple different directions. The Public Safety Fund, where there are AB 109 related positions that have been added, and there's some other things such as the COPS hiring grant, that actually increases by 40 positions compared to last year. Generally, all others are pretty close to being flat or decreasing slightly. So total budget comparison, these numbers reflect maintaining critical operations and services throughout the county and throughout these funds. You can see what the year-over-year changes are, both in terms of dollars and the percents that exist here. I will note that we did adjust the general fund budget to reflect a mid-year budget revision related to the governor's 2011 realignment it was an accounting change that distorted the budget by a tune of about $16 million. So we adjusted that to ensure that it was an apples-to-apples related comparison.
Graham, I'm sorry, can you, the bottom line item is increase to reserve / designations. What is a designation? How is that different from a reserve?
It's a different category in terms of the budget. So there are formal reserves, such as the general reserve, for example, versus designations, which could include some types of contingencies that a budget may have that may be a less formal reserve set aside that may occur within a budget. So it's a little bit more accessible than the general reserve types, the reserve types of budgets, which would require that normal 4/5 vote of the board in order to work through.
Okay, thank you.
From a general fund perspective, we have revenues increasing to the tune of $7 million compared to 11-12, and expenditures going up by a slightly lesser degree. And this most significant change year over year is actually a function of the HHS Medicaid waiver, which was just approved by your board at the July 24th or 5th meeting up in Tahoe. That is the leveraging of $7 million in federal dollars as a part of that waiver expansion. So that's the primary change in the general fund. If you pull that out, the general fund actually is flat or declining relative to the expenditure side. There are also changes in the salaries and wages side, going down $1 million, offset by some of the benefit cost pressures that exist, such as the continued increase related to the cost for health benefits within the county and, frankly, within any public and private organization within the country. If you flash back to 2007-8, as we stand now, the general fund's about $9 million smaller than it was, and the number of funded positions has decreased by about 18%. So here's a picture of our general fund reserve. And at the moment, this reflects the 2012-13 proposed budget. So it does not reflect any action that the board may take relative to adding to this reserve as a part of the workshop or other actions. As a reference point, the budget and financial policy has a 5% minimum target for the general fund reserve, which is about $18 million. So we're in the neighborhood of $5 million below that amount at the moment. The public safety fund budget, so this shows the down below in the red, green, and yellow, each of the significant revenue sources that are funding the overall public safety related operations. If you add all those up, you get to the total revenue line, which is the black line just below the top. And above that, the top line there is the total expenditure line. That gap is typically closed with carryover fund balance from the prior year in order to complete that pie. We'll come back to this when we update the 5-year budget model for the presentation tomorrow to see what that looks like as we go forward over the next several years.
Yes, Supervisor Euler.
Pardon me, Graham, you might be very obvious and I might have just missed it, but on slide 20, we're showing revenues increasing by approximately $7 million over our balanced budget of last year and expenditures increasing $5 million over our balanced budget of last year, and yet we're not showing any kind of increase to reserve over last year. I'm wondering what happened to the $2 million, that's the delta between the increase in revenues and the increase in expenditures out of our general fund.
So one of the things that, one of the decision points related to the general fund that will be touched on tomorrow is related to the change from 2011-12 and also from the proposed budget to where we are now relative to available revenues in the general fund, and that's certainly a critical piece of that. So there are elements of the general fund that currently are, for example, the carryover fund balance was a higher number than was included at the proposed budget. And so there are revenues associated with that which have not been spent on operation.
That's where you are. So what you're saying is that under our final budget for 12-13, we may very well see the general reserve increase. We simply haven't made that policy decision. That's what we're going to be asked to do tomorrow.
That is correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Holmes, your light is on? Okay. Thank you, Grant.
Sure. Other funds. So year over year, including the final budget recommendations, there's about a 5% increase on the public safety fund side. As I mentioned, that's reflective of the funded increase in the funded positions. There's also the Measure F, the mandated increase related to the deputy sheriff side of the House. So those are folded in, and certainly some one-time purchases related to some of the IT projects, such as Apollo. Road fund, about a 16% decrease year over year, which is really the function of timing related to projects more than anything else. It's not a material reduction related to the operation, but rather just a function of that timing, in a similar case related to capital projects. So turning to the county workforce, from a position standpoint, the number of allocated positions had been relatively static over the past couple of years. That's gone up relative to some of the changes from the state, the realignment-related changes that we talked about. So the number of allocated positions is about 1% higher than it was last year, while the number of filled positions through continued attrition has come down by about 2% year over year. And so to show that on a per capita basis, the top blue line reflects what the allocated number of positions is per 1,000 countywide population, and the red line shows the number of filled positions on a per 1,000 county population basis. And you can see that gap has grown, which is really a function of the number of funded positions having decreased as a function of balancing budgets and operations over the last several years due to the economic downturn.
Graham, can you go back one slide?
I can.
I just did a rough calculation here, and it appears to me that county positions filled bodies, in other words, are down by about 16% from 2007-8. Is that about right?
That's right.
Okay. Just wanted to verify that number.
Yes. And breaking it down on a category basis in terms of the key functional areas within the county, you can see both the change from 11-12 to 12-13 year over year, and going back to 2007-8 as a reference point, similar to the charts that you've just seen. One significant note in this is that there are positions that have moved from one functional area to the next as part of the board's approved IT consolidation between the Health and Human Services Department, which is in the Health and Human Services line, and Admin Services, which is in General Government. So there are 22, 23 positions that have shifted from one line to the next in that, which distorts the General Government picture a little bit, but on the whole, there's about a 13% decrease in funded positions, which then connects up with your 16% figure on the filled side.
And then tomorrow, can we see, maybe not a slide, but something that provides us that same kind of chart, but on filled positions by functional area?
Yes.
Thank you.
And with that, I would actually turn it back over to your board relative to moving forward on the workshop. That's the general overview related to some of the policy priorities, framing how we've packaged the budget and operations under your board's direction, where we've come from and are heading related to some of the dollars, and from a staffing perspective in terms of where we stand now relative to the economic downturn.
Any questions from the board for Graham before we move to the overview of departmental budgets? Supervisor Holmes.
Graham, I just wanted to thank you for providing an excellent presentation and providing a framework so we can move forward with the department presentation. Very good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no other questions. You're temporarily off the hook, Graham. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we'll move to the overview of departmental budgets, and this will be a presentation by the CEO Principal analyst who will be presenting slides for the responsible departments, followed by department head presentations and comments. And we're going to start with the administration departments.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Leslie Hobson with the County Executive Office. I will introduce the three finance departments. The overall budget story is the same for all three departments and trending in a positive direction. Although the net budget has a slight increase, revenues are also up. The result is that net county costs have decreased. The first department is the assessor. The assessor's workload continues to grow due to required reassessments for secured property because of decline in value, and the large number of assessment appeals filed by homeowners. The complexity of this work emphasizes the need for seasoned staff and training for new employees due to the ongoing staff turnover. Funding for 76 positions is included in the budget. The net budget is $10.1 million for a 3% increase from 11-12. Revenues are $2.6 million, which is a 15% increase from 11-12. The net county cost is $7.4 million, which is a 1% decrease from 11-12. There are no final budget adjustments. I will turn it over to Kristen.
Thank you. Good morning. Kristen Spears, Placer County Assessor, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to discuss the Assessor's Office budget with you and the workload for the 2012-2013 fiscal year with your board. Let me see. There we go. The Assessor's Office net budget cost is down about 1% this year, as noted, and our staffing is holding steady at 76 people. Our budget has stayed fairly flat, but our workload has not. The office has been hit hard by the prolonged drop in real estate values over the last 6 years. For the 2012-2013 assessment roll, of the 160,000 secured assessments, over 81,000 properties must now be reappraised annually pursuant to Proposition 8 and adjusted either further down or up, reflecting that incremental market recovery that we are anticipating. This 81,000 properties, over 51% of the properties, now require annual review by appraisers. This is an unheard of number in Placer County. Success of this review is contingent upon appraisers who understand the market dynamics of the area, the relative influence of the numerous foreclosures and short sales which are still prevalent in the real estate market. It is more complex than ever to perform appraisals, and we have a record number to actually do. Property transfers are analyzed in over 580 neighborhoods to determine and validate mass appraisal methodologies. And I say this because we talk about a mass appraisal methodology, but it takes an incredible number of labor hours by appraisers to actually perform that function. Assessment appeal numbers have also increased dramatically from 200 in prior years to over 3,000 currently outstanding. Each case must be reviewed, property owner contacted, and ultimately resolved prior to the 2-year statutory time frame, either through stipulation, presentation, or withdrawal. In addition to the events associated with this decline in value, we still have in excess of 33,000 reappraisable events associated with property transfers and new construction pursuant to Proposition 13. Last year, along with increased appraisal events, we had customer service contacts up. For 2011, we had over 40,000 phone, lobby, and written contacts. We devoted 8,000 staff hours to public service response for 2011. This number would have been even higher without a major redesign of the Assessor website to offer more information with greater readability. I invite you to visit our website. Our forms are now online in a fillable format. You can file your business property statement online. get Assessor Map Index online. We've gone through our frequently asked questions and made them much more interactive. And we still continue to provide a very robust mix of assessment inquiries available online. Last year, our improved website had over 57,000 page views with an average of 426 visitors per day last month. So it's pretty significant, and it has really saved us a lot. That's a lot of numbers that I just gave you. For a frame of reference, to maybe simplify this a little bit, when talking about workload, back in 2004, when Placer was one of the fastest growing counties in the state, the assessor's office had a filled staff of 73. In 2004, there were about 44,000 reappraisable events, mostly composed of new construction and transfer activity. Today, the assessor's office has 73 staff members, with an appraisal workload of over 116,000 events, Prop 8, Prop 13, and appeal events. This number does not reflect the 40,000 plus customer service contacts last year. How has this workload been accomplished with the same staffing levels? Over the past 6 years, I am proud to say we have developed mass appraisal models, provided staff with many efficiencies and resources that allow us to complete this challenging workload with quality and in a timely fashion. Customer service continues to be a primary focus, with many hours spent explaining to property owners the complex series of property tax statutes that we administer at the assessor's office. And I say administer regularly to many of you because I don't write them, I just administer them. Today, I see two major challenges for the assessor's office. One, I anticipate that as the real estate market recovers, we will still be monitoring and adjusting the 81,000 Prop 8 events, along with seeing an uptick in transfer and new construction activity, those Prop 13 events that we still need to work. As Prop 8 assessment values recover, customer service inquiries will increase as assessments go up, along with a higher volume of assessment appeal filings. Absorbing this additional workload will require close monitoring of our staffing levels. At some point in the not too distant future, I believe that our staffing will need to increase past our current 76 funded positions. Our second and more immediate challenge is related to business continuity and staff development. The assessor's office staff is all relatively new. We experienced our wave of retirements once already, a little earlier. 53% of our staff have been hired since 2005. That's quite a high number. The good news is many of those staff were appraisers who had a great fee appraisal background, but no assessment background. The good news is that many of these staff have never experienced what would be considered a normal real estate market and the normal assessor workload that goes with that. The more challenging news is that these new staff require advanced training. It has been a challenge to deal with the escalating workload over the past 6 years, and training and staff development time have been minimized. A review of our current staffing indicates that we will experience another wave of retirements within the next 1 to 5 years, many in areas that require a significant set of knowledge, skills, and abilities. What can be done to help? I will be filling or requesting to fill up to the funded level of 76 staff this year so that we have more time to carve out for training and above and beyond what is required to maintain professional certification. As in the past, I appreciate the approval and cooperation of personnel and the CEO to accomplish this goal. For me, it has been an amazing 15 years with the assessor's office. I, along with a handful of others from our office, was here for the 7 years of double-digit assessment roll increases, and now have seen 6 years of declining real estate values. Our business model has changed significantly. One thing hasn't changed: an amazing and willing group of dedicated assessor staff, professionals who have been hired because they believe in public service. This staff, along with assistance from your board, the CEO's office, our fellow county departments, including many of the people in this room, personnel, county council, county IT, along with the auditor, treasurer, tax collector, and clerk recorder's offices, have really allowed for our office to thrive despite the many challenges that I've noted. I anticipate another challenging year ahead with many opportunities along the way. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Supervisor Eula.
Yes, quickly, to what do we attribute the 15% increase in revenue?
We are actually truing up a little bit from last year, I believe, because last year we had a little bit more than anticipated, so this year we trued it up.
Okay, so we had a little bit of revenue carryover from last year's budget that we didn't account for previously, and that's what's driving that percentage increase?
Well, there are fees that they receive for
Right.
property tax, processing for special districts and cities.
Okay.
And those admin fees have a lag. So when they do these assessments,
Oh,
the
okay.
fees come in.
Okay,
and
so
those-
we account for those on a cash basis and on an accrual basis?
Right.
Okay, all right. And then on the appraisal work, I'm wondering, do we utilize outside appraisers on a contract basis?
We do actually. You'll see that there's been an increase over the last few years in our professional services arena, and there have been specific instances on some fairly complicated properties that we are now using some contractors.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Duran.
Yes, thank you very much, Kristen, for your comments. You had mentioned that in the future you may, or you anticipate a need for greater flexibility in staffing. When do you predict that to occur?
That is a good question. I think we'll get filled to 76 and watch the market this year. I do anticipate that we'll have feedback from folks when we've dropped 50% off the value. We recognize that we can increase it by more than the 2% that people are used to. As those events start to occur, I think then we will have to really evaluate our staffing needs.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
Kristen, I see that in the recommended for this year, the filled position recommendation is 74. Funded is 76. How do you expect to get to that 76?
we have a recruitment in Tahoe going right now, and I anticipate if we have luck with that recruitment, we will actually fill 2 appraiser positions there, so that will bring us up. And I also anticipate that we'll request a hire on an appraisal technician position. So we're noting that if you look at the composition of our staff from 6 years ago to now, it is much more technically oriented because the complexity of the situation has increased dramatically with declines. So a heavier balance of appraisers and technicians and fewer in some other areas.
Yeah, and I just want to say that I see that really with the constituent context that I get that you and I discuss. It's incredibly complex that the issues people have now, and you and your staff, with the limited numbers that you've had over the past couple of years, have done just incredible work, and I'm glad to see that you can be rebuilding your staff a little bit in this process.
Thank you, and I've appreciated, all of your aides are just wonderful, and you are wonderful to work with when we're dealing with some of these constituent issues. It has been very much an education process, a lot of times, to explain what is going on with people's assessments, and I anticipate that will continue. So thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is the Auditor's Office. With the dissolution of Redevelopment, upgrades to the Acorn and PAS systems, and applying new mandates to the property tax and payroll programs, the auditor's workload has also increased. The challenge is replacing knowledgeable staff who have recently retired or resigned, and training current staff as part of succession planning. 35 of the 40 funded positions are currently filled, which is a 12.5% vacancy rate for funded positions. The net budget is $5.4 million, or a 2% increase from 11-12. Revenues, $1.9 million, which is an 8% increase from 11-12. Net county costs, $3.6 million, or a 2% decrease from 11-12. There are no final budget adjustments. There is also a separate fund under this department, other debt service, but that is not a fund including employees. It's not an operating fund. And I will turn it over to Andy Sisk, our new auditor controller.
Thank you, Leslie. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, David, Jerry. Appreciate the opportunity today to speak a little bit about the auditor controller's budget. It's a tremendous opportunity for me to talk a little bit about what we do and what my staff do on a day-to-day basis. First, I'll start off with just priorities in our department, but really we always have this one overarching priority, and that's continuing to provide that high level of customer service to our cities, schools, special districts, county departments, and of course, most importantly, our taxpayers. And so we'll get into some of those priorities. Number one, and first and foremost, and you'll probably hear this quite a bit from a number of departments, is redevelopment dissolution. And I'll start off with telling you that 25% of my time is spent on this endeavor working on redevelopment dissolution, and 50% of my property tax manager's time is being spent on this endeavor. And you're probably thinking, how can you accomplish that with the staff you have? Well, it's taking nights and weekends and vacation time just to get through that effort. In addition to the workload that's in our department, we're also really working closely with the successor agencies. We're proactively communicating where we can. We're quickly responding to questions and information requests. We're conducting research of this complicated law with the assistance of county counsel, and we're attending meetings when called upon. This is in addition to the normal workload that is already in our property tax division, and just recently I can tell you about the guidance we provided not only to PCWA, but the Squaw Valley Public Services District on a couple of times. And one of the nice things about it as a department head is when you get letters from a special district that compliment your staff on the great work they did, that's what I love to see instead of a letter from a special district that's criticizing some of the work that we're doing. That leads me into financial accounting and auditing, and I've touched upon property taxes, but we do a lot of financial accounting and auditing assistance to departments, Health and Human Services, obviously with redevelopment, a lot of accounting issues there. And then we also provide some assistance to the Treasurer on the Empower program. But really, a lot of our effort goes to special districts, and they're the ones that really need a lot of services these days. Obviously, with the way the economy is, they're short-staffed, their budgets are shrinking. So we continue to provide those services when called upon. We've recently had meetings with the Rockville Fire Protection District, Auburn Cemetery District, and recently we've been doing a lot of work with the Newcastle Fire District, helping them reconcile some of their development fees funds. And just recently, their board recommended the auditor controller to conduct their audit for fiscal year ending June 30, 2012, and we've agreed to conduct that audit. Not that we want to be in the business of doing audits, but we felt like this was a good opportunity for us to get engaged in the community. Without providing all that great accounting and auditing assistance, we need systems to get that done. And we have 3 primary systems in the auditor's office. I'll start off talking about our accounting system. The accounting system is very stable. It's been around 12 years. We automate where we can, but we're limited in what we can automate in our accounting system. We expect probably 5 to 10 years out we'll have to replace that accounting system, and we're very pleased to see that an infrastructure committee was formed, and we appreciate the board's direction and CEO's involvement in getting that moving forward. Second, I'll talk about the Megabyte system, which is a shared application between the assessor, treasurer, tax collector, and the auditor controller. We're currently going through an upgrade to the .NET Windows environment. And it's important for people to know that we're Megabyte's primary tester of the auditor processes within that application. We do a lot of the user acceptance testing for Megabyte, and that's something that's very valuable to that organization, but it's also valuable to us because we learn the application first before some of the other counties get to see it. Last, I'll talk about the payroll system, which is Acorn, which is very near and dear to me. We have been doing a lot with this application over the last year, and it wouldn't be without the efforts of IT, Admin Services IT, the Personnel Department, Risk Management, and CEO collaborating to make all of this happen. We are eliminating paper and creating efficiencies where we can in the application. We're really trying to drive people towards the application instead of away from the application. How are we doing that? We've just recently, with IT, turned on a single sign-on feature, allows you just to enter one password, then you can get into the Acorn application. Not to say that once you get into Acorn, we've got row-level security to make sure people can't get into certain modules. We've recently rolled out a query catalog viewer to help the customer departments with queries. We've enhanced the time card report again to try to meet the user needs. And lastly, we just rolled out timesheet pre-population, which is another thing that enables someone to prepare their timesheet much more quickly with the click of a button. All of this has culminated into a strategic plan that's coming before the Acorn Steering Committee next week. After they bless the strategic plan for Acorn, it will come before the IT Steering Committee and then eventually make its way into the county IT strategic plan as an appendix to that document that your board blessed last year. We also have some pending projects that is going to continue to enhance the self-service automation features of Acorn, and I won't bore you with those because I want to talk about those next year. Last and foremost, quality control is important to the auditor. In my opinion, we can never have enough quality control, but you do what you can with the staff that you have. As a couple of the committee members know, we have a well-functioned internal audit department. We've got an internal audit plan that's been adopted. Our focus, again, is revenue recovery, cost efficiency, and operational effectiveness. But one of the things we have found is that we really need to do more of this monitoring internally. Some of that is training our existing staff, reinvesting in those employees. Some of that involves getting out and teaching. And I know I will be polishing off some of my presentations and teaching again some of the classes through the Organizational Development Division of Risk Management. And last, we need to continue to refine internal processes and procedures to make sure that we can do, because I think there's more we can do in monitoring things in our application. We've got some great managers who are coming up with slick ways to check numbers in the system, which makes it easier for someone like me to pick up anomalies in the financial system. So from here, how do we accomplish all these priorities? Well, our biggest challenge is staffing. And to get all of that work done, you have to have well-trained and talented staff to provide that level of customer service that really is expected. As we have lost staff, we have continued to self-reflect and continue to search ways to gain efficiencies. We have reorganized when we can. We have restructured. We've underfilled positions. We've eliminated a couple of funded filled positions. Recently, we just did a restructuring by combining our financial accounting and reporting divisions into one division, which we believe this is going to provide a greater level of flexibility during those peak times, but more importantly, it's going to continue to develop staff and provide those cross-training needs so that when people do leave, we can fill those positions. Last, I'll end it with succession planning. And we really do applaud the recent efforts of CEO to ensure that this topic was broached with department heads, and we fully embrace succession planning and really hope it translates into a recruitment plan to assure that we don't skip a beat in providing that high level of customer service. As you can see on the slide, 62% of our people are eligible to retire today. Pretty scary number. Let me give you a reality check of how quickly things change, because as of July 31st, we had 35 funded positions. The next day, we had someone that decided they were going to transfer to another department. So then you're quickly down to 34. CEO quickly approves 3 positions to be filled. Thank you, CEO, is great. But as soon as you get approval to fill a position, we filled one by a promotion internally, you're still stuck at 34. Just last week, we received resignation notice from one of our key professional staff members, and we have a large one looming in the horizon, and I know we've been in discussions with CEO on that. Overall, I think we've been averaging probably about a 21% vacancy rate, and that does not account for planned and unplanned services. So I'd like to end the discussion on succession planning is I'd like to use a baseball analogy. I apologize to those of you that don't follow baseball, but I think some of my fellow department heads are going to be able to relate to this. As I look back at fiscal year 7-8, we had a well-oiled machine that was clicking on all cylinders, the type of team that wins championships. We had a nice mix of veterans, we had some all-stars, clutch performers, dependable players, and a deep bench that could quickly fill in a pinch. We also had the luxury of some of those people being veteran all-stars. When you can get a mix like that, you really are lucky as a department head. Since then, we have lost 6 veterans to retirements, a couple of which were some of those veteran all-stars that I mentioned and had a number of the attributes that I also mentioned. We also lost 4 all-stars to free agency to other departments, one of which actually came back and one of which went back to the former team. And then we had 4 that left for a variety of reasons, and for those of you that are Giants fans, you know what I'm talking about. So, to summarize, our bench is not as deep as it was, and a lot of that is a result of a lot of our internal promotions. I believe going forward that the cost of free agency will go up through external recruitments, but I believe there are things we can do internally to continue to enhance our current bench through training, but also I think there's more outreach that I can do and reaching out to the minor leagues and hopefully pulling out some of that fresh talent from our colleges and universities. With that, I want to thank my staff for all the great work they do, and open up to the board for questions.
Any questions, Randy? Supervisor Euler.
Next time you go that deep with a baseball analogy, have beer and hot dogs.
Thank you.
Supervisor Duran.
Yes, Andy, I just wanted to thank you for your report. I can't overstate enough how important it is to have in-house auditor, controller, taking a look at the books and making sure that all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed. And I'm sure Supervisor Holmes can shares that same thought, both of us being on the auditing committee and being able to see exactly the in-depth work that you do to protect the money that we have and to protect the public. So I want to thank you for that and hope you can mine the minor leagues for the talent that you need. And I do think that that's all of our responsibility to not only look for that talent, but to also develop that talent whenever we can. So, good observation.
Supervisor Holmes.
Yeah, Andy, I just wanted to compliment you and your staff, and particularly Nicole Howard, for your internal audit work. And then thank you for reaching out to the Newcastle Fire Protection District that has tremendous challenges, as all fire districts do right now, for your leadership in helping them get through this challenge. And I just want to let you know that I want you to keep your eye on the ball.
I will.
Go forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy, a couple of just quick things. The first is, and this is a question I'm going to ask everyone. So again, you have 35 filled positions right now. You've got 40 funded. What are your plans to getting to filling funded positions? Understanding that as we fill funded positions, next year's, rollover is smaller.
Yeah. Right now, we do have a requested for the 3 that I mentioned, and then the one, of course, dropped off pretty quickly. We asked to fill that position, of course, as quickly as they drop off. We definitely would like to get back to that 40 number. We think that's the right mix for our department to provide the level of service needed. Right now, I know a lot of the workload is falling on my management team, and definitely the thing that I would be concerned about is burnout at that level. When I mentioned working nights, weekends, and vacations, I owed a debt of gratitude to my tax manager, who took really her 2-week vacation to work on redevelopment dissolution, and I applaud her for that effort, and that's the type of thing that I hope we can try to avoid by trying to fill some of those positions.
Okay. And then just general comment that's directed not just to you, but to also the assessor's office, the auditor's office, clerk, recorder, all the other electeds, basically. I think it's really important as a county for public faith in all of us that we recognize how important it is to have independent elected heads of these departments that are not really directly answerable to us except here at this budget level, and that you do have independent oversight and you do have independent powers that go with that elected position. And to me, that's just really critically important. So thank you, and I hope, at the next election we'll see your name on that ballot.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Okay. The next department is the treasurer. Staffing is also an issue for the treasurer tax collector, who has relied on 22 staff and retirees working as extra help during the peak tax collection months to support the workload. The retirees are no longer available, and although 4 positions are vacant, they are unfunded. As a result, the treasurer has eliminated some optional services to focus on required activities. The net budget is $3.6 million, or a 2% increase from 11-12. Revenues, $4.2 million, which is a 3% increase from 11-12. And the net county cost, which confuses everyone, it's a negative $595,104, which is essentially an 11% increase, which is the good direction to go on a negative net county cost. So it is, I'm almost stating it backwards. There are no final budget adjustments. I will briefly state a small overview of Empower. The Empower program's budgeted revenue and expenditures are both $554,000, an 8% decrease from 11-12 due to the suspension of the residential program. The commercial program is active, and the treasurer has been actively working with the Department of Energy to identify energy efficiency and renewable energy program best practices and standards that can be adopted nationwide. I will turn it over to Janine Windeshausen.
Good morning, members of the board, county executive, county council. First of all, I just want to say we're glad to be here, and we appreciate the opportunity to be able to serve not just you, but of course our diverse communities across the county and our individual constituents. If we could go back one slide and look at that, the revenues.
I think you have the clicker, Janine.
Oh, okay.
We want to give you the power.
Looking at our revenues, and as Leslie mentioned, the general fund support line is often confusing. Those revenues are predominantly from investment revenues from the treasurer, and those are investment revenues to the county general fund. We have greater revenues related to the treasurer's investment pool that go to schools and fire districts and other special districts. Those revenues, as you can see, on a year-over-year basis from last year, it's an 11% increase. However, it's a significant decrease from prior years. We are now investing in an environment where our short-term investments get 0.18% interest. That's 0.18% interest to on the high range for the long-term investments of 1.25%. So we have been really doing all we can to hang on to those higher interest rates as long as possible through doing some longer-term investing previously. However, it's catching up with us because we have new money to invest in this current market. And we do know from our counterparts and various statewide reports that we have managed to keep our investment return higher than most in the state. Most of them have been down below 1% for some time now. It is a challenge. It's a challenge that I have always enjoyed because I like taking money from Wall Street and bringing it here to Placer County. So I just wanted to focus a little bit on those revenues because it is pretty dramatic over the last several years. So the other reason that there is a decline is that there's been a decline, as reflected in Graham's comments, in the average daily balance of the general fund. It's that average daily balance that we use to calculate the general fund's share of interest earnings in the portfolio. So the overall portfolio size has remained pretty flat, whereas historically it has been on a consistent uphill trend. But in and of that, the general fund's average daily balance has declined somewhat over the last couple of years. In terms of service impacts, of course, our foremost priority is to serve the public, particularly those who are contacting us with regard to their payment for roads and for criminal justice services and for health and human services and very often that can present a challenge to staff because when someone's writing out their property tax check, it's not like when you go to the register at the store and you have the goods in hand, and so sometimes that relationship isn't always recognized. But we're always glad to serve the public. We also know, particularly with new home ownership, it's the first time that they've had to deal with things like supplemental property tax bills and explaining that. So we always act with a recognition that this is something we do every day. It's not necessarily something that our public deals with on a very frequent basis. We have eliminated a few things that we termed courtesy notices. Those courtesy notices have historically generated payment of property taxes, but in addition to generating the payment of delinquent property taxes, they also increase phone and counter service. It's really unfortunate because not only does it increase the collection, but very often that reminder to someone that they've missed a payment is very helpful in preventing them from having to pay additional penalties that may otherwise accrue. For those of you who have been on the board for some time, you know that we have actively embraced automation. It was probably about 10 years ago that we put in an automated phone system that we utilized our website for the collection of property tax payments and allowing people to pay by credit card or by virtual check. Costs them a very minimal amount to pay by virtual check or what is essentially an ACH transfer. And due to that, long ago, we eliminated extra help at our peak periods when we collect property taxes. Historically, we brought back as many retirees as we could. We also hired extra help that would come in and open the mail and prepare payments. And we also had overtime for essentially the entire staff for a 2-week period related to the December 10th and the April 10th collection. We eliminated the extra help a number of years ago. We have significantly reduced, and now we don't, even if we wanted to, we don't have the ability to rely on bringing retirees back because we don't have any available to us. And then we have also virtually eliminated overtime. About the only time that we have overtime associated with property tax collection is when the due date falls on a Friday, because we know that people are putting that in the mail on Friday the 10th, and we're going to receive it on Saturday. So we bring in a very small crew, typically 2 to 3 people, to get that ready so that we can deposit it on Monday. Going back to what Leslie was talking about in terms of our staffing level, we have 26 allocated positions. 4 of those have been unfunded, and in actuality, by the end of next week, we will only have 20 bodies in place. So that brings us to about a 23% delinquency rate. Again, having taken a lot of efficiency measures and reduced some of our other staffing costs, we are, quite frankly, at a pretty bare bones level. We now have 1 person who is allocated to answering phones and waiting on the counter. That's in terms of the organizational structure. I will tell you, a lot more people are answering phones and going to the counter. People who are typically balancing the deposits and doing the control work on that. So we're starting to get to the point where we're compromising or could compromise those controls being done timely. They will get done, but as timely as maybe they should. So I just want to make you aware of that. We really, really appreciate the support of the CEO's office and personnel. They've really been responsive in helping us get people into place much more quickly than historically has been the case. I also want to mention that I feel very, very fortunate to work with the assessor and the auditor, Andy and Kristen. Watching them up here makes me feel old and tired with their energy and their enthusiasm, but it's really great, and that also, the coordination between the offices really helps. I want to call out one really direct impact from the state that our office has dealt with, and that's the estates elimination about 2 years ago of the senior citizen and disabled property tax postponement system. That was a program where those senior citizens, disabled citizens could apply to the state, and if they qualified, and it had to do with age, disability, and income level, they could qualify for a postponement program, and the state would write us a check for their property taxes, and the state would then put a corresponding lien on their property that had to be paid off, either at the sale of the property or upon the taxpayer's death. That was eliminated. So we are doing a lot more work with those types of citizens in not just giving them assistance in helping them to get their property taxes paid, but also to provide the comfort that they need, that they don't have to worry that they're going to lose their home. So I just wanted to mention that, because that's something that we have just seen a lot more of, where we're dealing with those senior citizens. Beyond that, I think you're all aware that we also provide support for the overall county on the Middle Fork project and on regional sewer. We also are doing the Empower program and providing support to school districts and other special districts. And that's another area where we've seen impact from the economy, where our school districts and our fire districts, much more so than in the past, have a need for the dry period financing. And of course, you see those board items come to you. The dollar amounts are getting larger, and the period of time that they need that cash flow financing is getting longer. So with that, again, just to reiterate, we're glad to be here and appreciate the opportunity to serve. And with that, I'll answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions from the board? I see none. Janine, I had one question. I don't know if it was just a slip of the tongue or if our paperwork here is incorrect. You said that there were 26 funded positions?
No, 26 allocated positions.
Allocated positions.
22 are funded.
Okay.
And we have 20 bodies. Since last week, we had another employee announce their retirement. They'll be gone by the end of the month. And we have an employee who retired at the end of July. And about 7 years ago, we had, coincidentally, about 7 or 8 years ago, we had 7 employees leave the department within an 18-month period. That's pretty, a pretty large amount. All retiring, and the one with the shortest tenure in the office had 13 years. So there were 13 to 30 years of experience with those 7 employees. We have recovered from that, but we are starting another round of employees who are becoming eligible for retirement. Again, we appreciate both the CEO and the auditor's work on succession planning and identifying the potential for employees to retire by virtue of their age and their number of years of per service, and taking a proactive approach to that.
Thank you for that clarification. I see no other questions.
Thank you.
Just keep, generally, we just keep going till lunch. Unless someone looks really desperate. Brian, I don't think your microphone's on. There you go.
Well, usually my voice is loud enough that Brian Hacker, County Executive Office, introducing the County Clerk Recorder Department. This department's $9 million budget funds two broad functions. One is the Clerk Recorder function, which records and indexes vital records and property transactions, and the elections function that includes voter outreach and voter registration. Just looking briefly at the year-over-year changes to the budget, those changes are really revenue-driven. Every other year, the November general election allows special districts to tag their measures onto the ballot, and this usually generates about $700,000 to $750,000 in revenue. Also, so that was included in proposed budget. Also included in final budget is $141,000 in rebudgeted trust fund revenue to support recording and indexing contracts. This budget supports 56 funded positions, which is an increase of 1 over last year. We're funding the Assistant County Clerk position. Then turning to the next slide, it's worth noting that the November general election is fully funded. And at this point, if you have no questions, I'll use this opportunity to introduce Ryan Ronco, the Assistant Registrar Recorder.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, members of the board, for allowing us to be here. I want to offer, first off, my apologies for Jim McCauley, who is not able to be here in front of you guys today. But I would like to introduce a few people from our office who are here. Lisa Kramer, who is, as Brian mentioned, our new Assistant County Clerk. We also have with us Cindy Kelly, who is our new Senior Admin Services Officer with the office for just about a week. And Gloria Coots, our retired annuitant. I'm going to cover the election side of the House, and then I'm going to ask Lisa to step up here and talk a little bit about the recorder side and some other matters. As Brian mentioned briefly, the election side of the House has to be seen as kind of a 2-year budget plan. We have years where we have either unfunded elections or very few elections going on, and so we're a little bit more of a drain on the general fund. And then we have years like this year where we have special districts and school districts and cities that request to come on to our November even year election cycle and partake in an elections process. And so we bring forward about, like Brian said, $750,000 on average back to the general fund. So we have a net this year of $660,000 over last fiscal year that we're bringing in. And as the next bullet point mentions, the presidential general election in November 2012 is fully funded, and I think that we can leave that there. The second bullet point down mentions also about our increased use of technology and reassigning staff and reducing costs when possible in our office, and it is a continual process for all of us in the county. We have reduced the number of polling places in Placer County without affecting service, I believe, in most cases, from a high watermark of 270 polls that we had in 2008 down to 214 polling places this last election, in great part because of this last year and reapportionment and redistricting made it a good time for us to be able to look at our polling places, stitch them back together where necessary, and try to broaden the number of people that were coming in from all regions of the county. We also have redesigned the sample ballot booklet and worked with our vendors to reduce costs where possible, which greatly helps our bottom line. The outcome of all of this is, even though we had 45.7% turnout in Placer County, which is a number that we would love to have seen higher as far as turnout in the June 2012 election cycle, it was still about 15 points higher than the statewide average, and we generally are 10 to 15 points above the state when it comes to turnout here in Placer County, and I think it's in direct response of how you folks support us to be able to communicate that information out to our voters. We had 194,700 and change voters in this last election cycle. We're already up to 196,000 registered voters as of today. We might approach 200,000 by the time of the November election, depending on how excited people are to be voting for this next presidential election. So that doesn't hit our high water mark of 203,000 4 years ago, but it shows that we are seeing not much of a decline and certainly a return to a number of voters in Placer County. And with that, I think I will bring forward Lisa Kramer, who's going to talk to you a little bit about the recorder side of the house. Lisa?
Good morning. I'm Lisa Kramer, and I wanted to talk to you a little bit this morning about our recording numbers. Recordings are up 21% year-to-date over last year. This is the first sustained increase we have seen since 2007. Sales and refinances are up. Foreclosures are down. All three are very positive indicators. Also in the Sacramento Bee this morning, it was reported that home prices are climbing at a faster pace in July. Placer County's median home price increased by 9.6%. So I just wanted to report that again. Recordings are up, and that is something positive I wanted to share with all of you this morning. And with that, if anybody has any questions, we're here to answer anything you may have.
I see no questions from the board. Lisa, thank you.
Thank you.
And congratulations on your position.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very briefly, I just wanted to check, does the board need to take a brief break before we continue? We're a little bit ahead of schedule here. Nope, we'll keep going. Excellent.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Allison McCrossan, and I'm from the County Executive Office. Today I'm here to introduce the Administrative Services Department. The first table is the General Fund Appropriation, and it includes Information Technology, Revenue Services, and the Procurement Divisions. The net budget increase is due primarily to megabyte costs that would otherwise be charged to the three finance departments, and the general fund support also is increased by the same reason. Also included in the net budget is the IT-MIS consolidation plan, which was approved by your board on August 9, 2011 as a service delivery option. Related to this plan, salary and benefits for 22 positions are included and offset by funding from HHS. These costs and revenues were also included in the proposed budget. There are no significant final budget adjustments for this appropriation. The next table is for Central Services and Telecommunications. Of the net budget of $8.3 million, Central Services is $2.3 million, and they are responsible for the county's printing, records management, and mail services. And telecommunication makes up the other $6 million. Telecommunications oversees the telephone, media, radio, and network infrastructure functions of the county. In the telecommunications division, there is an increase of $49,000 in equipment to purchase a power backup for the main network hub, and this is offset by the use of reserves. Both internal service funds had final budget adjustments due to increased A87 costs, and increases to the funded field positions are due to the IT-MIS consolidation plan. Now I'd like to introduce Jerry Gamez, the Director of Administrative Services.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Allison. Chairman Montgomery, members of the board, Jerry Gamez, Director of Administrative Services. Let me change the slide. And for those on television, just wanted to share our mission statement there. We achieve this department's mission through the efforts of the dedication of our employees. And including those that are represented in this slide. Over the years, their efforts have been recognized through the receipt of multiple service awards, including the National Digital County Survey Award from the Center for Digital Government and the Achievement and Excellence Award from the National Purchasing Institute. Over the next few slides, I will highlight the operational and service impacts related to my department. I would like to begin by highlighting the impact staffing levels have had on our operations and share the efforts made by the Administrative Services Management Team while addressing the increased demand for services during the past several years. Vacancies department-wide are at 14%, with vacant funded positions at 10%, with one division, the Telecommunications Division, continuing to experience over a 20% vacancy rate. To meet the increased demand for services, the management team continues to embrace alternate service delivery solutions through the use of IT consultants, installation contractors, and service vendors to augment our workforce. In addition, overtime and work out of class assignments have been fully utilized to fill the gaps. We've experienced a 30% increase to our overtime budgets and have approximately 12 employees working in out of class capacity to ensure uninterrupted delivery of services to our customer departments. Efforts to develop a comprehensive succession plan for my department are also ongoing, with a focus on identifying strategies to right-size our operations to fill existing and future gaps. For example, this year's recommended budget includes 3 fewer management positions, 5 fewer IT tech positions, and several allocation modifications to better align staffing resources with changes in technology, improve business practices, and ongoing consolidation efforts. Careful consideration has been given to the institutional knowledge lost through the retirements and long-term vacancies to ensure we maintain the diverse operational requirements of the various systems and programs we support. Vacancies, including retirements, have resulted in an increased demand for training as well. During prior years, our training budgets have decreased in an effort to meet base budget requirements. Our managers and supervisors have relied on web-based training opportunities to strengthen the knowledge and skill sets of our employees. However, formal classroom and lab training will be required during this fiscal year to replenish the loss of institutional knowledge. This next slide I refer to as my by the numbers slide, and it represents the achievements of one of my divisions by fiscal year. In addition to highlighting the division's workload trends, it also highlights changes in technology and increases in demand for services. For example, the number of physical servers we maintain in fiscal year 11-12 decreased by 26, but the number of virtual servers increased by 47 countywide. So we're seeing the trend going from physical servers into virtual servers, increasing the need for training for new employees, or existing employees, I should say. Help desk calls have increased by approximately 32%, primarily due to the HHS IT consolidation project. And telecommunications has completed approximately 100 more work orders more than the prior year. During this fiscal year, we'll concentrate our efforts on the IT strategic planning initiatives, the Health and Human Services MIS IT consolidation project, various network capital replacement projects, and we'll be conducting service delivery assessments for the Revenue and Central Services divisions. Before closing, I'd like to take a few minutes to highlight some key issues pertaining to the Countywide Radio Network project. The strategic plan for this project was approved by your board in 2003. This project is being implemented over multiple phases as funding is identified. To date, significant progress implementing the necessary infrastructure has been made through the use of various federal, state, and homeland security grants, as well as local funds. This map represents the progress to date, which is primarily in the west and I-80 sections of the county. During these budget hearings, departments will be requesting funding for acquisition of subscriber units that will allow them to migrate their operations onto the new radio network once it is complete and to meet new federal communication deadlines, the new federal communication deadline of January 1st, 2013. In addition, an item will be brought back to your board later this fiscal year to provide a more comprehensive update, including authorization to move forward with new initiatives, as well as an update on our efforts to obtain a waiver from the Federal Communications Commission to allow us additional time to build out the new infrastructure in a fiscally sound manner and beyond the SEC's January 1st deadline. In closing, I would like to say that I'm in full support of the CEO recommended budget and I'm asking for your consideration and approval of the administrative service budget that is before you today. I would like to thank David Bosch and the County Executive Office for their continued support of our organization. I'd also like to thank Melissa Nunnick, my Administrative and Fiscal Operations Manager, who's working at a class, for her tremendous support during this budget process. Our prior AFOM retired just before the end of the fiscal year and before the beginning of this year, so Melissa was tasked with the duties of stepping right in there. And I also like to thank the board, your board, for your leadership and support this past year. At this point, I'm available to answer any questions you might have with the Administrative Services budget.
Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, just curious. We were told this morning we have 2,147 funded and filled positions, and yet we're showing 2,368 countywide workstations. Why do we have 10% more workstations than funded and filled positions?
That accounts for training centers. We have training centers in South Lake Tahoe, or South Lake Tahoe. We have training centers in South Placer County, Auburn, and in the Lake Tahoe area. That also accounts for PCs, for example, in our emergency operations centers here and in the Lake Tahoe region. So there are extra PCs that are associated with not necessarily allocations, but support services that we would provide on an emergency basis.
And the training centers are for what? For whom?
Various departments maintain their own training centers, whether it's child support services, health and human services, certainly central IT. They'll all have their own individual training centers to help them with their mission.
Okay. Thank you.
And Jerry, does that include things like the computers at libraries as well? Or
No,
those
those are actually standalone.
Okay, all right, thank you. Random question. I see no other questions. Thank you.
Let's really grill this guy.
Yeah, I hear this guy's really untrustworthy.
The only question is, do they want to grill him down there or up here?
The next department is County Council. County Council has experienced some significant recent retirements and currently has a 17% vacancy rate for funded positions. As you might guess, staffing is a key issue for the new County Council as the HHS caseload demands, along with legal issues related to criminal justice realignment, redevelopment, regional sewer, for example, are on the rise. The net budget is $3.4 million, a 2% increase from 11-12. Revenues $1.2 million, a 1% increase from 11-12. Net county costs $2.2 million, a 3% increase from 11-12. There are no final budget adjustments, and I'll turn it over to our new county council, Jerry Carden. He has to change chairs.
We requested for the meeting.
We want to keep a level playing field,
Yes.
to keep up that baseball metaphor.
No, you don't want to keep a level playing field.
Oh.
As Graham mentioned in his opening comments, there's a number of board priorities that you're looking at for the next fiscal year. And as you know, our office needs to be actively involved in all of those priorities. In addition to that, we provide legal services to the constitutional and state statutory officers designated in the government code. Some of them you've heard from today: the assessor, the auditor, the treasurer tax collector, clerk recorder, sheriff, DA, chief probation officer, and revise the county departments on a daily basis. In addition to that, as you know, we handle most of our own litigation in-house. So we have a litigation unit, and we also handle litigation for the Health and Human Services, which is their Child Protective Services, public guardian, public administrator, and their mental health LPS cases. As the board is aware, fiscal year 2012-13 is a transitional year for our office. It started with Tony's retirement a month ago or two, and my appointment, but that is not the end of the transition that we're going to be experiencing this year. Since fiscal year 2007-8, we've gone from 26 funded positions, and 16 of those were staff attorneys, including the county council position, down to 22, I thought. And that's all that matters, because if I think it's 22, it's not going to get to 23.
It won't.
As we entered the fiscal year, we only had 19 filled positions, and only 12 of those staff attorneys. We've recently hired a new attorney who's going to be starting in September, and then got some news that we're going to be losing to retirement one of our supervising attorneys. So over the past, 6-8 months, well, over the past year, we'll have lost three of our 5 managing attorneys. But fortunately, we have very experienced staff to step in to new roles and to assist in the training of the new people that come in. The other side of the fortunately is a lot of them are also eligible for retirement, but I haven't heard that anybody else is going to retire this fiscal year. Despite the...
If you want to change this.
Oh, you want my face off that?
Well, if you want.
That's a good idea, though. Now I've turned it off.
There you go. Now you're back. Just forward.
There you go. Yay. Just like my remote. As we enter this new fiscal year, we're seeing the demand for legal services increasing. We've been seeing this over the past fiscal year also. In litigation in 2011, our cases were up about 19%. Went from 38 cases in 2010 to 45 cases, and in the first 6 months of 2012, we've had 27 new cases. In addition, our HHS litigation, especially Child Protective Services Unit, has had new cases up 14%, and expect that trend to be even greater for the next fiscal year. And they've also had an increasing demand for services in an area dictated by case law in preparing warrants. Whereas many things were done under exigent circumstances, case law has changed that practice down to warrants, and warrants are time-intensive and staff-intensive in our office. In our advisory unit, we've been affected by the new state initiatives, the criminal justice realignment, in addition to our services with the board that involves issues and questions from the sheriff, district attorney, chief probation officer, and this new committee that was created, the Community Corrections Partnership. The other key state initiative was the dissolution of the redevelopment agencies across the state, and as you heard from Andy, we have 2 different clients in that, the successor agency and your board and the CEO's office, and the auditor's office, who has to struggle through the process for all of the redevelopment agencies, including our former redevelopment agencies. In addition, there have been a number of new county initiatives that are coming to what I would say fruition, including the Placer County Conservation Plan, regional sewer, the Middle of a Fork project, and the number of relicensing issues in the other projects that affect the county, Drum Spalding and the Yuba Bear project. And the board has retained outside counsel to assist us in that, but as they're all board priorities, we have to be actively involved and remain engaged so that we're not always deferring to someone who, isn't there every day. We need to be on top of it. Our budget is built on
You want to go backward?
just so we get all the slides in. We've historically built our budget on revenues from other departments. Our primary revenue sources are the Risk Management Division. Our litigation unit bills the Risk Management Division and the General Liability Fund in the Risk Management Division, just as a private firm bills an insurance company. And we also bill our services to Health and Human Services, because those funds are state and federal funds come through to the county for things that we do, particularly in areas like Child Protective Services. we had developed a billing relationship with Facility Services and their enterprise funds. One of the reasons that started was so that we could hire Scott Finley so many years ago. That's how we funded hiring him at that time. We had been, Redevelopment Agency had been another revenue source for us, and you'd think that that might transfer directly to the successor agency, but so far we haven't seen the funding in the administrative costs to support that. So we've had to go out and develop new sources of revenue outside sources, including the Air Pollution Control District, which we do a significant amount of work for now. The SSV, EMS, JPA, that's a number of counties. Jim sits on that. We provide the legal services for that group under contract. And we've just recently been retained by First Five Commission to do their legal services. They had a retirement over at the Board of Education. Despite these revenue sources, our budget is primarily consumed by staff costs. So we've had some difficult times meeting some of the targeted budget cuts in past years. Luckily, we had employee turnover, and that's the easiest way to save money in our offices on staff costs. But it has left us, cut to the bone in some of the key areas that I think we need now, like training and legal resource materials. They had been supplemental requests, but apparently they're not supplemental requests. So
I don't have them.
And the largest, the other part of our supplemental requests are the transition costs that I talked about before. We get hit by the transition cost on both sides. And when a retirement occurs, there's some costs involved in the retired employee that are absorbed by the department. And when you hire new employees, there's the new employee training and other costs that are on the other side of it. So our final supplemental request was a few years ago. The county decided to invest in a case management system for our office, the county law system. That system has been very effective in helping us manage the office, both in terms of revenues, file storage, so that we're not recreating the issue every time we have a new question come up. And we would like to purchase there's a CPS unit for that system. It's a minor cost, but that was also on our supplementary request. And leave it to any questions you might have.
I see no questions. Oh, Supervisor Duran.
Yeah, Jerry, very good. Now, that CPS system that you're talking about, is that a separate module that plugs into the docketing system that you have?
Yeah, it's a separate module for the key to that kind of practice.
Great. My other question was with regards to the implementation of the AB 109 realignment. What type of support services do you provide for that particular implementation?
I've had a number of issues that I've had to discuss with the chief probation officer. I mean, one of the key issues starting off was electronic monitoring, getting that approved, and there was some controversial questions over credit for service on electronic monitoring. There's the mandatory and the voluntary, and the mandatory is supposed to be credits are supposed to be allowed for that, and you need that kind of an incentive. So. And I've had to field a number of questions on the role and responsibility of the CCP and the executive committee of the CCP most recently.
Do you have cost recovery with that from the AB 109?
I don't think that we have set up any cost recovery on those kinds of services. Just as I'm not aware of how the cost recovery works on the redevelopment.
Yeah. As a matter of policy, I don't know how the other supervisors feel, but I think it's real important that we keep track of what exactly the expenses are that come with these gifts that we get back from the state. I think it's real important that we have a line item And it could be anything from what you're saying, training, to legal advice, to litigation expenses. You know, as we've talked before, I expect a certain degree of litigation related to AB 109.
Yeah, we've already been dragged into.
Yeah, we won't go into that because we don't want to get anybody else throwing anything at us. So, but I just think it's important that we do that. So, thanks.
Yeah, and I wanted to follow up on that same general topic as relates to the Oversight Board. I know, as chair of our Oversight Board, that we do have some state-allowed, for lack of a better word, administrative costs that are part of our enforceable obligations. And so I think we'd need to have a discussion about how we do compensate you and your staff for your time.
Yeah, at least on the successor agency side.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. The other thing is just a little bit more general. It sounds like there's a little bit of confusion or maybe a disconnect on whether or not there are supplemental requests within this. Looking at the documentation in front of me, I don't see any, but...
well, there were no final budget adjustment requests, which is different from a supplemental request. The supplemental requests are in the proposed budget, and some of them were included and some of them were not. And unfortunately, I was not involved in the proposed budget per se, but I can see what is documented, and I can have that conversation with Jerry, and we can clarify that. What we're doing at this time are final budget adjustments, not supplemental.
Okay. Can we address the specifics tomorrow under open issues, which I think is our last topic for tomorrow?
Certainly, as I said, I could kind of clarify that with Jerry.
Yeah, and I'd just like a little bit of mental clarification myself.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
Again, Allison McCrossan from the County Executive Office. We are on to the Personnel Department. On the first table, net budget at $2.6 million remains relatively flat as compared to the prior year. Revenues are estimated to increase as a result of non-general fund revenues for the temporary office assistant program that began in January of this year. This program includes an administrative fee of $2 per hour worked by each office assistant and saves the county money as compared to using a temporary agency for this type of staffing. Funded positions were increased to include funding for an employee to administer the temporary office assistant program, and again, this was offset by the hourly administrative fee. The second table is a combination of the general fund appropriation for employee benefits and the 3 internal service funds for the dental and vision, retiree sick leave benefit, and unemployment insurance programs. There were no expenditure budget adjustments in any of these funds, but we reduced revenue by $400,000 in the employee benefits appropriation because CalPERS eliminated their Medicare Part D drug reimbursement program. In the retiree sick leave benefit fund, we increased contribution revenue to align more closely to the anticipated expenditures. And with that, I'd like to introduce Nancy Nittler from the Personnel Department, the Director.
Good morning, Nancy Nittler, Personnel Director. Thanks for letting me go last this morning, and thank you for hosting these workshops. It does, for a support department like Personnel, to hear the kinds of work that we've been doing reiterated through, I believe, almost every presentation we've heard this morning is great. And so being able to go last, I can include some of that in my comments as I speak to you. So that's just perfect. And I promise not to take 50 minutes as I go through this. Not to follow Jerry's example, but maybe I will. There we go. All right. Our mission remains the same, but our fiscal year last year looked very different than it had from fiscal years prior to that in recent memory. Our 11-12 focus was reactive in nature relative to spike in workload in certain areas, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Legislation coming on board. You've heard a little bit, I think, in most presentations this morning about how some of those programs and legislation have impacted operations here. And then we spent some time rebuilding, strengthening the foundation to get ready for what's coming and will continue to come over the next few years relative to our support role in making sure that our departments have the human resources and the functions and the staffing necessary to continue to meet services. So it's been a challenging and exciting year, but I'd like to hit some of the high points for you. RDA, the dissolution of RDI, our role in that was on the people side of things relative to creating classifications and structures to allow it to convert to a department and dissolve over a certain period of time. Also spent some time trying to place key individuals with skills into other critical areas of the county to reduce the layoffs. We did have to do some layoff from that area, but it was certainly, I think, commensurate with how this county and how this board has approached trying to use our resources, our staffing, to the best possible way when we have to make cuts in one area in shifting them to others. AB 109, the law enforcement or the public safety realignment, caused us to do, again, some classification work, a lot of recruitment work to support what the board has approved relative to additional positions and staffing relative to their being able to meet their changing needs, both in who they serve, the kind of data reporting, staffing they need to be able to do that. We heard a little bit about retired annuitants this morning, and the AB 1028 is what prompted us at the end of the last calendar year to have to take another look at how we had used what had been a pretty economical and efficient resource for our county in terms of not filling permanent positions, but using talent that we had invested years into training and they had invested years into us as a cost-efficient way to staff where we were not filling positions. And so there was a lot of work with departments to determine how do you then shift that workload elsewhere, or do we hire to backfill those individuals on an extra help basis. Fact-finding labor relations changed. Fortunately, we have a successful contract coming before you next week, so it was a learning process, not an applied process yet, but certainly one that caused us to rethink a little bit how we had approached some of that process. Recruitment surprised me when we took a look at the numbers. I knew we had been increasing steadily, and in fact, when we turned in our budget after the first half of the fiscal year, we noted that we had certified as eligible for interview and hire almost 2,000 candidates to our operating departments. By the end of the fiscal year, we had certified another 3,800. So you can see the line for recruitment requests and desire has increased dramatically. And as Graham pointed out this morning, well, how does that balance with the fact that we don't have a larger workforce right now? So what is going on? And I can tell you what is going on. You've heard a little bit from departments. We've had significant attrition, much higher than we had over the last several years. Both a combination of retirements, usually run about 100, was up to 132. We also had general turnover with folks leaving for other opportunities, other reasons, and extra help turnover as well. In addition to that, we did a lot of promotional opportunities and recruitments so that we had individuals moving. As you heard, the analogy going from one team to another, that's an internal personnel process requiring a recruitment. So when we came up with the final numbers for the fiscal year, we were 90% in terms of number of recruitments that we did in 07-08. So I can see why staff looks a little tired some days, because that's a significant amount of work in moving those staff, the human resources around within the organization. Even though the bottom line in terms of number of people doesn't look different, there's a lot of wheels turning behind that machine. What else did we do last year? We reorganized, and you've heard that from a couple of department heads. We're 52% eligible to retire. We see our workload shifting and increasing, and we needed to prepare in a way that gave us more depth in terms of our bench. We had a more specialized approach where departments would call one unit for retirement and benefits, another with payroll questions, and recruitment and general support in another. We've merged those together so it's more of a one-stop shop for our departments. They have a team of individuals. They call for everything, all their personnel-related needs, and that does two things. It should make it more efficient for them. We should be able to leverage our information, our knowledge of all the areas of what's happening within those departments to be able to be more proactive and plan ahead in meeting their needs if we can anticipate retirements and other turnover, those sorts of things. And it develops our staff so that if we don't, I'm seeing a flattening of the organization and not a growth, back to those per capita numbers that we saw this morning. So how do we be able to continue to provide if staff is not replaced at the level that it has been historically? The only way to do that is through automation for one, and two, with training staff to do more and different kinds of things than they have done in the past. So building our bench, which I happen to believe philosophically is good for our staff anyway in terms of their career development. So we did a few other things to strengthen our foundation. The Acorn system upgrade, which I won't talk much about what's coming because Andy said he wants to talk about more about it later, but we are working to provide automated systems that help our customers in these staffing-related areas with information that they need. We had a very lengthy but successful negotiation, as you know, with Public Employees Organization. Succession planning. We have spent a lot of time developing a system and a process to roll out to departments that is iterative and ongoing. This is not something one can do once and assume that, okay, it's over, we've ridden the wave, and now we're moving on. It is a process of review, and we'll talk a little bit in next year's area about the kinds of things we'll be doing with them. And we've also aggregated data. I think our department heads are sophisticated and savvy about what's happening in their departments. They see more clearly than we can the potential need for transition, the turnover, those kinds of things. What we can offer is some additional data from PERS and other sources about individuals vesting, whether they have service outside of the county or not, and that's not because we target any individual for retirement. It gives us a bigger picture, a more depth to our analysis of what would the likelihood or potential be within a classification or an occupational area for turnover to occur sooner rather than later. So we put all those tools together to be able to roll out and have met with every department in the county, some already more than once, for a series of meetings that will start off with analyzing the data, looking at the picture, adding their local knowledge about what they predict in terms of staffing, and then the real work happens is, what do you do then? The easiest thing would be to push the recruitment button and fill the position, but as we're seeing with priorities, that is not always the best way to handle it, and so we are taking a look at alternative service delivery. Our class plan was designed under a different economic time, so can the Commission revamp classifications and structures that allow departments more flexibility in how they use staff and where they use staff? So trying to build the tools that will enable our departments to meet the service needs and the priorities of your board in as smooth a way as possible. So that's a big piece of what we're doing through the succession planning process. We did have some reduction in force, as you know, you approved them all. 13 notices, but the good news is only 3 of those 13 individuals lost employment, 2 in child support, 1 through the RDA process. And I can tell you when I go to my statewide conference, I am the rare personnel director who can say that up here, and that is nothing to do with me. That is everything to do with CEO's office and the board and how you've managed the county and the fiscal prudency. And while there are times when you wish you had more resources, the fact that we haven't had to lay off to any great degree, I think is a source of pride for me and a great marketing tool for the future. So I think that's fabulous. Of course, we talked about recruitment. So what happens next year? We were very reactive this last year to legislation, to labor, build our foundation, and next year we hope to focus more on proactive, more on partnering, putting those tools into place so that our customers, we exist to serve them and serve you, and we need to give them what they need to get ahead of that curve in terms of staff development, working with training and OD out of risk management of the CEO's office, putting those pieces together that helps them achieve the goals of the organization. I got to say, I was really tickled to hear Supervisor Duran and Andy talk about outreach, because I believe one of the downsides of the economic issues we've been through is that government generally is painted as a less than positive place to work for a lot of reasons. You seem shocked, but I've heard that out there. And so part of our job will be reaching out to collect that talent, to go into schools of all levels, and much as we did when we were getting ready for what we thought would be succession planning because of the baby boomers all leaving, we're going to have that same approach I think we will need to be able to go out and sell local government, our county specifically, as a place for young professionals to think about coming to work, people of all different categories and careers thinking about our organization in the future. And so I was pleased to see in one of the slides when Graham presented to you was talking about the outcomes and the positive work that the county does more in public settings. And that goes a long way to inspiring folks who might want to work in that particular field as we're talking about outcomes. So I love the idea of you all being ambassadors for our recruitment efforts, which we know will be coming. So I think, in closing, I would like to thank the Civil Service Commission for their service this past year. They've been very busy. They are very supportive. I provide your board priorities to them so they can see how their systems can be modified or need to be modified to help support where this county is going, and appreciate their willingness to do that. I thank you for all the interactions we've had over this past year and your support and thoughtful questions and analysis as we've gone through things, and look forward, and most of all, how could I not say this, I thank my staff for going through a reorganization mostly with smiles on their face, doing heroic efforts on the technology side and the recruitment side, and we still get great feedback from the employees and the public that we've mostly done it with positive and professional appearance. So anyway, thank you. Questions?
I see none from the board. Thank you, Nancy. Much appreciated.
Between lunch, I will dash out and let you all go.
Well, and that raises a question. We are about 40 minutes ahead of schedule right now. What's the pleasure of the board? Should we continue with the presentations? This is a tentative schedule, so we don't actually have to adhere to these times. I'm seeing a lot of yeses. So in that case, if we could move to what would have been our afternoon overviews of departmental budgets. We will start with County Executive Office, Board of Supervisors, and just move through there until noon, when we'll break for lunch. Okay. And I hope this doesn't catch anyone too flat-footed. My apologies if it does. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the board. We thank you for your time here today. And it is a change for us to have you move more rapidly through these budget presentations. And we think that's good. So I believe David wanted to make a couple opening comments. And before we start, that's what we would do.
Great. So I guess before we get into the numbers, I just want to acknowledge the great work of staff. As the board is aware, the County Executive Office / Board of Supervisors is actually a multifaceted department, if you will. In addition to providing overall administrative support to the organization, we also house the Board of Supervisors itself and your aides who do remarkable work in supporting the constituency that we have across this great county. We also house the clerk of the board, and I want to take a special moment to acknowledge Ann Holman and the super work that she does, and the board experiences that every time it meets. I also want to recognize Dave Snyder for the wonderful work we're doing in the economic development arena. We've got great opportunities in that arena, and I'm looking forward to working closely with Dave in the months ahead. In our risk management area, Mary Ellen Peters works closely with County Counsel's office and does a great job of ensuring that we're managing our risk prudently. In terms of organizational development, Mary Ellen's also involved in that, but Lori Woods takes a leading role to make sure that we're developing our staff and working closely with Nancy and her staff and personnel to really cultivate and nurture the organization and to grow its capacity as it adjusts to changed times. And then finally, Rui Cunha deserves great kudos for the work that he does and the role we've played recently in the Robbers Fire, but that takes a lot of preparation and planning. It doesn't just happen. And so I think the county is well served through his and his staff's efforts. So with that, now I'll turn it back to Holly and Linda to go through the numbers.
This slide summarizes the numbers. It contains all of the budgets listed below. There has been a 22% decrease in the net budget. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses. I wasn't prepared to do this, and so I'm just trying to read it. So
I can walk through this pretty easily, and maybe I'll turn some questions over to Linda should she be the best person to answer it. Our budget has declined by 22%, our net budget, as well as our revenues. Some of those revenues were associated with some receipts for land development projects and other sorts of fees that have now declined. We have actually had a decline in general fund support, and I'm looking from the 2007-2008. From last year, we've had some increases, 6% in the net budget, increase in revenues of about 3%. Our funded positions remain the same. We too have a decline in filled positions, increase in vacancies, and we're working through that and looking at how we can best address those issues within our own office. We do feel the same pressure that some of the other departments feel in terms of addressing how we can best fill our positions to meet the needs of our office and, frankly, some of the changing needs of the county in terms of how we do business, looking at alternative service deliveries, et cetera. Linda, I don't know if you had any other things you wanted to add to that.
not really. I mean, the budgets are significantly the same as they were in the prior year, so there's nothing really to note between the budgets.
And if you have any questions on the numbers, we're happy to answer them. We can go into a little more detail, or we can move on.
I actually had a question about staffing, particularly the filled positions piece of it. I know, I would say particularly at the clerk of the board's office, there are some critical positions that need to be filled. I'm sure there's other departments that would yell at me and tell them theirs are just as critical. But how do we expect to get back to those more appropriate staffing levels? What are we doing specifically?
Yeah, actually, and I'm glad you asked that. As your board may recall, in June, a fee was approved for assessment appeals. And as you heard the assessor say, we have had a tremendous number of assessment appeals. What may not be apparent to you is that the clerk of the board staffs the assessment appeal boards. And that's a tremendous job that was absorbed within the clerk's office. So not only did they have some decline in staffing, but they also absorbed this other workload. So with that fee, we're able to fill another position in the clerk's office, and we'll be working on that with the final budget, and we think it will be critical. And in fact, that will free up some time for her existing staff, but also meet the demands of the increased assessment appeals. I think it's important, too, to note that not only was this a new workload, but it is a new system for them. There has been a transition in their automated system that should ultimately help, but any new system has its kinks and you learn it, so I think there's that. Ultimately, that will be a help to them. But they are implementing a process that includes this high volume. So looking at the best system and business practices and developing those at the same time having this huge volume certainly speaks to the need in their office. So we've recognized that. We will be filling at least one additional position to meet those demands, and I think that would be a help.
So for complete clarity, filling that at least one position, does it take it to 62 filled positions, or does that then move it to 63?
It would take it to 63.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on those? I'll just make a couple of other comments. In the Board of Supervisors office, obviously we have a combination of contract and permanent positions. As you're probably aware, we have one contract aid position that's currently vacant. We have filled other vacancies within the clerk's office to support the clerical function, and staff is up to speed and getting up to speed in those areas, and I think that has stabilized in terms of some of the workload demand, and they continue to do a stellar job with a very, sometimes very demanding workload and a fluctuating workload. Within economic development, some of the things that economic development will be looking at is meeting some of the economic development needs and functions that heretofore have been provided through the Redevelopment Agency. Not only did we lose a funding source, but the Redevelopment Agency supported, I should say, some very important economic development programs. The business associations in Tahoe, they help support the Visitor Center, which is actually just through economic development, and to a large extent provided support as new development occurred in various areas to help people get through the process, provide not just dollars, but support in getting through the process, the land development process. So some of the focus in economic development will be how do we best address some of the things that we lost through redevelopment, because they had a very important economic development component that I don't think was truly recognized until you see it go away, and it starts becoming clear in various ways. So part of our focus will, how do we retool our economic development program to meet that? And I don't know if you had anything you wanted to add there, David. Organizational development, as we look at succession planning, frankly, one of the things that's gone by the wayside, not entirely, but that has been defunded over the last several years, has been training. And it's one of the first things that often goes. We didn't eliminate it, but we did reduce it rather dramatically. As we have a changing workforce and we have new folks coming into the county and we have new business practices, frankly, to change our work practices, it's really important that we have all of our staff familiar with our policies, practices. How do you just find certain policies and procedures? So our organizational development unit will be strengthened to address some of these changing dynamics and to ensure that our new staff is fully trained and we have that business continuity. So I think that that's going to be a challenge for them, because we've kind of been in a little bit of a static mode, just doing some of the basics, but we have to retool the organization to meet really what the changing face is. And then finally, I would just mention emergency and fire services. We had significant discussion about some of our districts, North Auburn, Ophir Fire, Dry Creek, and some of the budget challenges that they see coming towards them. Our emergency services group, it manages the CAL FIRE contract as well as the operations at Dry Creek and in North Auburn. They have fiscal challenges. Apart from the county, they have fiscal challenges, as will CAL FIRE continue to have challenges with respect to funding. So you all know we're in a rough fire season. We've already had quite a fire that I think tested David right off. Talking about trial by fire, I think that was pretty literal. He was here a couple of days, and there he was. So anyway, supporting our staff in those areas as staff retires and as seasoned county staff leave the county, we need to be able to support that and have that continuity in some of these very critical areas. So I try to just provide a little bit of context there in terms of what our various divisions are looking at through this upcoming year.
And Holly, while we're talking about fire and emergency, could one of the things that we as a board have talked about and really tried to grapple with over the years is the things that we are truly mandated to do, through state and federal law and legislation versus things we are not actually mandated to do. And I think one of the areas that's very confusing for people is fire. I mean, there are people who believe that it is a county responsibility and we must provide it. And can you just touch on that a little bit?
Well, it is not considered a mandated service for us or a core function. We do provide fire services via contract in the unincorporated area. And, I think our fire team, I'm going to call it, because it's made up of districts as well as CAL FIRE and emergency services. I think they do a great job, and certainly we have like I said, responsibility in certain areas, but we do not have that as a core function of the county. What we call less than county-wide fire provides services in areas, and they receive a share of the property tax because that was what they received when Prop 13 occurred. So we continue to dedicate that amount to them in addition to the CAL FIRE contract. So no, it is not considered a core function by and large for a county.
And I just really wanted to make sure that was on record, just because it is, while we have an incredible commitment to try to do all we can to continue to support that and really, make sure that people have those services, if it's a choice between, having to fund the sheriff's department and the public safety things that we are required to do there and fire protection, we're going to do all we can to make sure fire protection happens. But when we have the law that says we must do something versus it would be really great if you did this, we have to come down on the side of must. Supervisor Holmes.
Well, I just want to bring up, about the fire service not being a county core function. It never has been. So back in the day, you saw a lot of volunteer companies out in rural areas. Then they transferred into special districts, and so they have their own governing board. So, and that's why their revenue from property taxes declined, and that's put them in dire straits. So. We need to find a way to fix that, but that's an ongoing problem ever since Proposition 13.
Right. And I want to be really clear. Saying that it's not a core function is not suggesting it's not important and not a priority in many, many areas. When you look at core functions, we're really looking at what do we have to provide and at what level and where are our areas of focus and responsibility. And actually, that kind of leads me to, if there aren't any other questions on this slide, I'll just take a minute here. One of the things I wanted to talk about, frankly more so than numbers, were some of the priorities that we see in our office over the next year in terms of where will we dedicate our staff time and resources to meet the objectives of our office and the Board of Supervisors. And sometimes we get a little lost in the numbers and what our biggest priorities are. And so I'm going to run through these rather quickly because, frankly, you have seen a lot of this recently, but I wanted to put some context on how these things actually weave together and what you'll be seeing in the upcoming year in terms of how we approach our business. And if you have any comments, suggestions, redirection, certainly we'd be interested in that as well. Last month, we came to your board with a 5-year budget strategy. Frankly, we think that's an incredibly important tool for us, not only to do our day-to-day business of managing the county budget and administering county resources, but in looking at these next 5 to 10 years and how we prioritize our resources. Part of this next year for us will be how do we practically apply that? I mean, we have some really good strategies. We identified some good policies that your board affirmed, gave us direction on, and I think those are put us on a very clear path. As they say, sometimes the devil's in the details. So what we'll really be looking at over these next months is identifying very clearly with departments, core functions, mandated versus non-mandated services, evaluating the relative importance of those services. It gives us a platform to do that so that we know when we make recommendations to your board that we are doing that from a place of knowledge. It really is intended to provide the basis for some, I'm going to say, outcome budgeting, looking at budgeting in terms of our priorities. So we'd like to come back to your board with a framework for that through this year. We think that's how we really get to a sustainable budget operational mode. So, how are we going to apply these smaller staffing levels? How do we identify where we fill, where we don't fill? Because those are going to be some of the questions, and we think we really have to get back to that outcome-based, priority-based sort of approach. And frankly, it is utilized quite well in the county now with AB 109. We utilize it in other departments. That's how we evaluate it. We think a more formal framework will help move that forward. At the same time, we are looking at how we rebalance back to between operations and infrastructure. As you know, over these last 6 years or so, our investment in infrastructure has declined. We have put more dollars in operation. We think to be sustainable, we need to continue our infrastructure investments to ensure that they don't erode and that the investments we made continue to serve the county for many, many years. We also know that there are other resources we may be able to invest in. Maybe it's economic development opportunities, infrastructure that we see as a higher priority, and our framework needs to suggest, how we apply that. Your board gave us direction to work with an infrastructure committee in the county. That's currently being developed. We have an internal meeting being scheduled right now to outline how we're going to approach that. So I think those two pieces are practical, everyday kind of roles that the county executive office pursues, but that will take a chunk of our time and well spent time, I would say. Other things that the county executive office is pursuing, you've heard a little about RDA dissolution. Obviously, that affects more than the county executive office. It affects other departments, county auditor, controller. I mean, it's kind of hit everybody, county council. It has been a very interesting, ever-changing landscape to try to do business in. It's hit us in the policy and legislative arena. You may or may not be aware that the most recent legislation left us with what we consider somewhat stranded bonds that, particularly for the Kings Beach project, are very problematic. We've worked through that with legislators in the Department of Finance, and we think we're in a good place with that. But an incredible amount of staff time and board member time to push that through, and hopefully we're going to land in the best spot for that. It has resulted in several changes in organizational structure and obviously some budget impacts. What else you'll see us coming back with are issues related to West Placer land use. 8 years ago, the board provided direction in terms of service levels and policies relative to new development in the west part of the county. A number of projects came through predicated on those policies. They also resulted in a rather high cost for some of those services, and maybe services that ultimately the board would say, that is not our highest priority. These are the core services. These are the services and the service levels we think we need to move towards for West Placer. It's really time to revisit that so that we can either affirm or redirect as these new projects come to us with intents of either changing the project, moving forward with their existing project, or looking at how they might otherwise address issues in their development agreement. We agree with them. Our landscape has changed. The economy's changed. It does deserve another look. We think rather than hitting them one by one, it'll be really important for you to have a workshop where we delineate what the current status is, what the prior direction was, what those costs would be, and how we would want to proceed in terms of looking at these projects individually, but as as a whole as well. As you know, there's Riolo Vineyards, and the Regional University Project, as well as some smaller little suburban pieces that come up episodically. So we would see that coming to your board hopefully in October for a full discussion of that, those issues. I think it'll be time well spent for our office as well as for the board, because we are looking at a different sort of framework. You have all heard a lot about AB 109. We continue to work with the public safety partners in several different ways in implementation and addressing some of the evidence-based practices. Now, with about a full year of AB 109 under our belt, we do have some outcomes that we're evaluating. We think that it will be obviously important to continue work on that and develop our priorities and expenditure plans based on those evidence-based practices. Part of that will be how we approach the opening of the South Placer facility. The sheriff, as we speak, they are working on an implementation plan that they think will be ready in 4 to 6 weeks. We think that needs to be coupled with an update of our criminal justice system assessment. We realize as we move forward that none of these things are working in isolation. They all work together as a system, and the evidence-based practices are certainly rely on this systems approach. The last time we updated that plan, it's in there, about in 2005 to 2007, and it provided a great foundation for us to move forward on. The problem is, or the issue to be addressed is, again, our landscape has changed, our resources have changed, and the overall legal structure has changed. So we think in tandem with looking at what sort of phase-in plan we have for South Placer, we need to look at the entire system from that evidence-based approach to ensure that we maximize the utility of that facility and maximize our resources as we move forward. We would continue to work with the Criminal Justice Policy Committee as well as a Community Corrections Partnership as we move forward on that. But that would be our objective this next year, and that's a very large undertaking, but we think would serve us well, not just opening the South Placer facility, but how do we manage that over the next 5 to 10 years. We obviously have other priorities. Succession planning is huge for us, and we're really addressing that through some of our developing business continuity practices and, in terms of training, in terms of documenting our business practices, ensuring that those messages get out to the departments, and ultimately working with departments, including personnel in each department individually, to ensure that we have a framework that supports succession planning in those areas. Other issues that we continue to work with, regional sewer policy, I just couldn't not say that in the fiscal analyses and support on that particular project. The other thing I wanted to mention that is not included here is the Charter Review Committee. As most of you know, we're updating that. We're working with the committee to potentially update the charter, but at least review it at this point. That committee's going well. But I wanted you to know that that is a work effort that we think will be very relevant to the board, and we'll be reporting back to you as that moves forward. I'd be happy to answer other questions in terms of what we see for ourselves over this next year. I know I didn't hit everything, but I think we're trying to identify the big rocks, what's the most important to the board and what's most important to us consequently, and make sure those things happen first, and that we work to ensure our resources are dedicated and prioritized appropriately. And then I kept talking, and I didn't know if you wanted to add in there, David.
No, I'd invite comments and further refined direction from the board.
Any other questions or comments from the board? The one thing that I'd like to throw out there as something that we might want to focus on over the course of the next year is, and Holly, you and David and I have talked about this, is that analysis of sort of what is really happening in Tahoe or the eastern end of the county, because there is so much happening up there. I know that Steve Brown has started some early analysis specific to Cedar in terms of, how many permits are being pulled up there versus down here. Do we have appropriate staffing for those levels? But I think it's really important. I'm not sure we've done an analysis or an evaluation of what's happening up there versus what's happening in the rest of the county. And we may discover that we have too much staff, but I'm not sure the last time we really looked at that.
Right, okay. We're happy to look.
Any other questions or comments from the board on this? Okay. Moving on. Non-departmental.
Okay, this one I can see because I have the big slides. The non-departmental budgets cover county priorities that are not specific to any particular department. Things like the appropriation for contingencies, we appropriate the contingencies for operations, and all of the discretionary revenue goes into that budget. Contributions to public safety, contributions to facilities, and community and agency support as some of those. Sorry, I didn't bring the slide up. Okay, there we are. So that is the list of budgets that are included in these numbers. The significant changes that have been made from proposed budget to final budget are that the criminal justice realignment funding, which was initially in the contribution, well, one of the budgets that we manage, was transferred into the public safety budgets and out of this budget, so that went down. Reserves were increased for open space, countywide systems, and radio. That is because there was fund balance rollover, and the fund balance rollover was put into reserves if it wasn't rebudgeted for something else. The contribution to debt service was increased because the revenues for fines and penalties have significantly declined over the last couple of years, and we're not expecting them to go up again next year. And so one of the funds that was being used to pay some debt service does not have enough money to pay what we had in the proposed budget. So we had to increase the general fund contribution by $300,000 for that. And then the transient, we have two of the budgets of the TOT taxes. The big one is for Tahoe, and any increase in expenditures is rollover. If we had excess revenues and excess TOT revenues last year, we rolled it over, and that is the true-up. It's not very much. It's $265,000 this time, but we had budgeted it a little more freely last year. And there are a number of things that go into this, and I'm happy to answer any specific questions that you may have about the different funds.
I see none. Linda, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, at this time, unless there was any other questions or issues anybody wanted to raise, I think we should move on to library.
The library's budget challenges were presented at the April budget workshop, and the current outlook is basically the same. The grant-funded strategic plan for the library is underway to help identify possible solutions or alternatives. I know that Mary will discuss some of the new cost-saving measures that have already been implemented. The net budget is $6.1 million for a 4% increase from 11-12. Revenues, $5.8 million, which is a 5% increase from 11-12. And general fund support is $1.3 million, or an 18% increase, but this is for growth in A87 charges to the library. There are final budget adjustments for the library. Revenue is increased by a net of $107,128, and that would be rebudgeting 1112 revenue and new funding from donations, memorial funds, and an RDA excess tax increment distribution, which was quite unexpected but lovely. Expenditures decreased by a net of $37,200 because the library unfunded 2 half-time positions. However, they increased extra help and library materials expenses, the cost of CRC software, which supports the online presence, and other services and supplies. Unfortunately, they did have to pull $107,000 from reserves to balance the budget. I'll turn it over to Mary George, the presentation.
Honorable Chair and Supervisors, Mr. Bosch, Mr. Carden. I'm Mary George, the Director of Library Services, and this is Lisa Dale, the Assistant Director of Library Services, and it is our pleasure to provide you this afternoon, or actually this morning, a progress report of your library. The library continues to struggle because of years of compounded declining property tax revenues. When the world economy changed in 2008 with the collapse of the housing market, the library became one of the many walking wounded. Since 2008, the library's injuries have worsened. Staff has done its best to rehabilitate the already lean and stressed infrastructure. And simultaneously, the library is busier than ever with folks pouring in to use the resources, facilities, and services. Library use in Placer County and statewide is at an all-time high. Strategies to meet increasing demand and to move towards a sustainable funding model include initiating innovative business practices, increasing revenues where appropriate, and developing new service models to reduce costs. If you haven't been to the library recently, you may be surprised at what you can find there. People can learn new technologies, apply for jobs, start businesses, become better readers, help their children succeed in school and life, and get ideas. After the Robbers Fire was contained in Iowa Hill, the bookmobile was one of the first vehicles allowed back into that community. According to the bookmobile librarian, people were glad to see the bookmobile turn the corner, bringing information and entertainment. We may not be first responders, but we are first recoverers. The library's mission remains to provide free and open access to diverse resources that enrich, inform, empower, and entertain. The library is becoming more important than ever, and use is at an all-time high. More than 14,000 people set foot in the Auburn Library last month. More than 18,000 visited the library virtually through the website. Now, for some context, there's a picture of, I call it Arco Arena, but I guess it's the Power Balance Pavilion in Sacramento. It holds 17,000 people at full capacity. Library program attendance is up 33% since 2008. That represents 27,000 folks. Circulation is up 12% since July of 2010 and more than 6% since January of this year. Circulation is more than 1.3 million annually. Okay, this slide breaks every rule of PowerPoint ever. And I'm going to read every single word at 5 minutes to 12. No. What I wanted to do here is just to kind of highlight some of the wonderful cost-saving measures and revenue support that the library's come up with. These just represent a fraction of the ideas. And it's just the sheer number of ideas that have been generated. So a few highlights are we've increased our telecommunications discounts by $22,000 a year. We've repurposed furnishings in the county to assist with library maintenance and soft remodels. We've applied for grants and received $55,000 through staff grants and more than $10,000 through Friends of the Library grants in this past fiscal year. And we are in the process of always reconfiguring computers from county surplus for library use. This is NINA. NINA has given more than an estimated 7,000 hours to the Rockland Library. Friends of the Library members and volunteers continue to provide funding and lend a helping hand. Nina shelves materials 4 days a week, 4 hours a day for the past 11 years at the Rockland Library. That's dedication, and she's not the only one. 779 people volunteered this year to assist the library and donated more than 5,800 hours. Time is not the only thing given generously. The Friends of the Library donated more than $100,000 in fiscal year 11-12 to support the library collections, programming, technology, and facilities. I wanted to show you these slides just to represent the fact that staff has been significantly reduced to help balance the budget, and yet extra help costs have remained relatively constant. We have 36 allocations, 1 vacant and funded, 26 full-time employees, and 11 part-time. The fact that our extra help positions and budget has not soared is a great indication that staff are working more effectively and efficiently. It's also indicative of the fact that the library has one of the most dedicated and hardworking teams, poised to assist library patrons by any means necessary. These slides show that the materials budget has been sacrificed to help balance the budget, and yet circulation has spiked. The little downcline there represents Rockland and Colfax being closed for their remodels, so that shows what significance those two libraries have made in our circulation throughout the years. The library budget, the materials budget, is one of the only discretionary funds the library has. It's at an all-time low at $65,000. Unspent Friends of the Library funds and revenue in a library trust have been reallocated in final budget, increasing the amount to $128,000. The materials budget includes books, CDs, audiobooks, ebooks, databases, magazines, and newspapers, and has been reduced by 84% since 2008.
I wanted to make sure I understood something you just said. Did you say that in addition to the $65,000, there are contributions and donations that bring that to $128K?
Right, including. So we're going to have $128,000 to spend this year.
Okay.
Now, following those lines, Mary, I've received, and I'm sure the rest of the Board of Supervisors have received requests from some of the folks that sit on the library board for additional funding, I think in the amount of $5,000 per library. Is that correct?
I haven't heard the 5,000 per library number, but it's better than a sharp stick in the eye.
Sure.
That might be what's allocated. What I did when I set the collection development budget this year, the materials budget, is I gave every library the exact same amount. When you're working with that small amount of money, I didn't know how to allocate it where it wouldn't make sense to us. We figured that with that small amount, most of our materials are going to live in the virtual library anyway, and they're not really going to land for a year. So they could be referring to that amount.
And my question is that amount included in the amount that you just
Yes.
gave? Okay, Supervisor Montgomery. Okay, thank you.
In conclusion, it's been a difficult year with more challenges to come. I'm proud of my library staff and our volunteers and our friends. We'll continue to work closely with the CEO's office to develop sustainable financial and service solutions. Currently in development are a fiscal study funded by the general fund and a strategic plan funded by a state library grant. The two studies should knit together a clever roadmap for future library services we can be proud of, with an approach that respects our unique communities and the libraries we need and love. I thank you so much for your time and for your continued support. And Lisa and I are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Supervisor Holmes?
Thank you, Mary, for such a detailed presentation. Do you have any plans on changing the library hours or cutting library hours or rearranging library hours?
As we've just got done doing 4 community meetings this week on Monday and Tuesday. And one of the things that's starting to bubble up to the top from our strategic planning is that folks really want us to take a look at our hours. They never want us to reduce our hours, but there may be a shift in our hours, and there may be we may be looking at some more weekend hours. We just want to make sure that we address working families and the communities that have spoken out in the community meetings.
I noticed at the Auburn Library, some of the days you're open at 11 o'clock, and people are already lined up or driving around waiting and to see what time the library opens. So I think if we can make some adjustments there, it'd be great.
Absolutely. We have plans to do that on October 1st. We've been studying our library hours for the last few months, and we've asked our branch librarians to make recommendations, and we've done a little polling around and worked with our consultant to see. When we decided to shift to 11 o'clock, we were trying to reduce costs by getting our staff on a single shift. When we're open from 10 to 7, we have to have extra help come in to either cover the mornings or the evenings, and we just couldn't afford it. So we made the call to close earlier in the evening and to open later in the morning. But our hours need to really revolve around retail, because folks they're dropping by the store, they're grabbing a cup of coffee, they're on their way to other errands, and when they come up and shake that library door and it's not open at 10 when they're used to things being open, they're having a hard time. So we'll be adjusting that.
Good. And just a comment, as you know, I try to visit the libraries as much as I can, and I'm always impressed by your staff. They're always friendly and willing to do everything that they need to provide the service. So just hats off to your staff and the service they provide.
Thank you. Supervisor Duran?
Yes, Mary, I just wanted to commend you also for weathering this storm. It was while I was with the Roseville Joint Union High School Board that I became aware of how, not only how important libraries are, but how different libraries were or are now than when I went to school, and the different opportunities and the different services that they provide, and that the librarian now is no longer just someone who provides you an opportunity to find a book, but to find all kinds of different resources for a lot of different things. And I think it's real important that we all remember that during these difficult times, a lot of folks are using the library as a resource, just like you said, for entertainment purposes, for acquiring their first job or upgrading their job skills and those kinds of things. So it's really important to support what you're doing now, because that's going to benefit us and our constituents later. So,
in a time of reinvention, when many folks are out of work or deciding to move into different areas for work, the library is really a good place to start. And we see folks all the time starting over or starting something, sometimes starting very difficult things. If they've been diagnosed with cancer or their child's having a hard time reading, they'll come to us. So we're happy to be there for them. Thank you.
Supervisor Wygant.
Mary, thanks. Great presentation. The question I have is, when I look at the materials spending graph that you showed us, if I ran the numbers real correctly, there's like an 85% decrease in about 2008 compared to current in material spending, which seems, I mean, obviously the times are stressed and the economy is difficult, but that seems like a disproportionate impact on everything else in your budget that's available. So I'm curious as to, is that sort of how you get to your bottom line, but just continuing to squeeze that, or why is that so?
It's one of the only discretionary funds we have. I mean, a majority of our budget really truly is our salaries, and there just isn't any place to squeeze out. We've done some major, we built Rockland, but we didn't have any revenues behind it to support it. But things go up, utilities go up, services go up. The model has been really good because it's been very efficient, but we've had increased costs due to some of the technologies, but we haven't had the revenues behind it to support it. So we've had to squeeze that collection development budget, and we've had to squeeze our staffing allocations. Every time we lose someone, it's the last time we see that body, and we'll just have to redirect our work so that we can absorb the loss. But materials does end up taking the brunt of it, just because there is no place else to squeeze.
Thanks. So as we go forward, just a comment from personally, my perspective is that in looking at our 5-year future trending and expectations, I'd like to get some feedback. I don't think we can sustain this kind of an investment in this line item with not having a deterioration in service over the long period in particular. So for me, it's kind of like thinking of deferring road maintenance. You can do that to a point. You can get through bad moments, but if you defer road maintenance significantly for long periods of time, then it costs you longer or costs you more total life cycle of a particular road. So I guess I'd like some analysis as to what our expectations are and what that might look like 2, 3, 4 years down the road.
We're showing that our revenues are leveling and that they're supposed to moderately increase, but they're never going to be back to the levels that they were because our revenues are all geared into the property tax revenues as a special district. So we'll never see, that great boom of the housing market the way that we did. So I guess what we're poised to do is just try to increase our revenues in any way that we can and do the best job that we can to run a business efficiently and to ensure that the folks that volunteer for us and that donate their time and money are well served. But these are prepaid services. People have already paid their taxes for the library. Not everyone uses them, but we're doing our best to be good stewards of that shrinking pot.
I think we're in a real good position right now in that we are in the strategic planning process, and at the same time the CEO's office is doing a fiscal study. So I think having those two analyses combined together over these next few months are going to help us make those kind of decisions too.
Yeah.
And are the A87 fees going to be included in that fiscal analysis just as a review, or? Yes. David
Yes.
says yes. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you both very much.
Thank you very much.
We have Ag Commissioner and Farm Advisor. Did we want to take those before lunch? Sure, why not? They're here. And then we will break for lunch, and we'll take an hour for lunch, whatever time we... do you want to take a little more than an hour? Okay, an hour for lunch. Sorry, Jim was whining. We'll take an hour for lunch, and then we'll come back at whatever time that is to finish up with public protection this afternoon. Leslie.
The Ag Commissioner estimates slightly lower revenues for fiscal 12-13 and reduced overall expenditures as well. However, supplanting some state revenue with grants and fees, all the ag programs are funded, including the ag marketing program. With a relatively small number of staff, pending retirements of senior staff will have a big impact. So the Ag Commissioner is actively working on a plan for succession. The net budget is $1.8 million, which is a 1% decrease from 11-12. Revenues, $836,000, which is a 1% decrease from 11-12. And the net county cost, $973,000, or a 1% decrease from 11-12. There are no final budget adjustments for the Ag Commissioner. The other budget included in this department is Fish and Game, which is in its own fund. This budget relies on reserves and Fish and Game court fine revenue. Both are in decline, and the reserve balance is nominal. Therefore, a one-time general fund contribution of $5,370 is included in the budget to support the administrative costs of the Fish and Game Commission. The net budget is $7,752, which is a 35% decrease from 11-12. Revenues, $6,570, including the general fund contribution, and the budget did have to use reserves to balance of $1,182. I'll turn it over to Josh Hunsinger for the presentation.
Thank you, Leslie. Good afternoon, Board, and David as well. Just to really highlight the diversity of programs that the Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures Office does, just to go over our core programs are agricultural regulation, pesticide use enforcement, weights and measures consumer protection, and wildlife services. We have other programs including our agricultural marketing program and are involved in various land use issues, everything from the Placer Legacy program to working with wineries if they have some difficulty with the situation or anything like that. We also have two commissions that we provide staff to, the Agricultural Commission as well as the Fish and Game Commission. Some specific issues I'd like to highlight. The agricultural industry in Placer County as well as California in general remains very strong. Our 2011 crop report is up about $2 million in gross farm sales over 2010. So that's a real positive. The state impacts, the California Department of Food and Agriculture, from whom we get a lot of contract funding for some of our programs, has really taken a hit. The state Department of Food and Ag's general fund has been reduced significantly. However, we're looking for opportunities to replace some of that with grant funding. One thing I wanted to highlight to you is that we had a noxious weed eradication program, which we seek to keep out weeds that are just in very small populations that have the species that have proven to be highly invasive, and we don't want them to become the next star thistle of Placer County. So I really have to compliment my Deputy Agricultural Commissioner, Ed King, who's sitting next to me, for working with Sierra Nevada Conservancy as well as assistance from planning staff and county council. We actually replaced, the state wiped out that funding, and we were actually able to secure completely replace that funding for the next 5 years through an SNC grant. So great example of kind of what we're trying to do in cooperation with other county departments' assistance. So our weights and measures device workload, which is probably about a third of what our department does. 2008 seems to be that benchmark year to some extent, and that is actually significantly increased. What we've observed there is that once the houses were all built, the business infrastructure that comes in to service all those new residents kind of lags behind. And so, once the housing crash happened, there were still all those, even though building stopped, all those houses, people were living in them, and so the gas stations and grocery stores and all those services followed that. So we continue to see an increase in that workload as well. One important thing there, we have significant revenues associated with our device registration fees, and that program, the authorization for those fees sunsets, the legislation sunsets at the end of this year, and so actually AB 1623, which would extend that sunset and slightly increase our revenues, is I believe heard in the Appropriations Committee today, so we're keeping our fingers crossed on that one. The big issue we're really involved in, as Leslie mentioned, is succession planning. The process that CEO and especially the personnel department have been going through has been just a wonderful process and extremely helpful to identify where our department stands in staffing, and I really appreciate their work on that. As far as our management team, which consists of Ed and myself, that rollover, the retirements have already happened when Christine retired back in 2010, as you're all aware. And so the management team should be fairly secure for a while here. Our other classifications, the Agricultural and Standards Inspector classification, which consists of an Ag Inspector 1, Inspector 2, and then a Senior Agricultural Inspector classification. We have 7 allocations in that classification. That's the bulk of what our office actually does in the way of performs all the field work and provides service to the community. That classification is fully funded and fully filled right now, all 7 allocations. We lost one senior inspector back in 2010, and that was a 30-year type employee. We just replaced that position about 6 months ago with someone who's turning out to be a wonderful employee, but they have 0 experience. So given the diversity of our workload, there's a lot of learning that occurs and a lot of different things they have to learn on the job. The other 2 employees I classify as those 30-year type folks have both indicated that they are working at this point because they really believe in what we do and want to transfer that knowledge to other folks in the office. They're ready to pull that trigger really soon, and are eligible according to what personnel is identified as well. So we're really looking at that dynamic and going from a fairly experienced staff that can walk into the office every day and say, I know what my work is, and they just go do it, to a staff that requires a much higher level of supervision. And so looking at that whole situation, we've been in some talks with personnel and CEO again on this issue, and one thing that's emerged is possibly as these retirements occurred, possibly doing something to address that, such as creating a different classification within that agricultural and standards inspector series. So not adding a new allocation, but just converting an existing allocation perhaps into what we'd call a supervising agricultural and standards inspector that, as well as field work, could take on a little bit of the day-to-day supervision and work assignment that isn't currently necessary, but as our workforce becomes more bottom-heavy rather than top-heavy and experienced like it is now, we could that would account for some of that. Really, at this point, it's just a concept, and today, if you had any thoughts on that, I would sure welcome them. So the other position, really, through this succession planning process that we've been talking about is our administrative folks. We have two allocations in the department, an administrative secretary and an administrative clerk journey. The administrative clerk journey position was vacated through promotion. Actually, our admin secretary retired. The clerk journey promoted up into that position back in 2009, and the clerk position has been vacant since then. So for our department, we've had one administrative staff for the last 3 years now, and so we have been able to compensate with temporary office assistants, which are great for the day-to-day work. My concern at this point is our admin secretary, who's our only full-time administrative person, is indicated that she is thinking seriously of retiring too, and so we're just going, oh, who knows where all the files are, basically, and that kind of stuff, as well as all the monthly billing and different reports that we do that she's so essential in. So the clerk position is unfunded, unfilled, and we're working on maybe some solutions there, but that's where our department is right now, and so if you have any specific questions, I'd love to answer them for you.
I see none.
Okay.
Thank you very much. All right. Finally, before lunch, Farm Advisor.
The Farm Advisor is a very stable budget and essentially unchanged from 11-12. Net budget is $343,000, revenues $4,500, net county costs $339,000. There are no final budget adjustments for the Farm Advisor. Thanks, Roger. And I will turn it over to Roger when he's ready. The clicker's over there?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity to come before you and speak to you. I will talk to you about the Farm Advisor's Office. As we're showing that 5% increases since 2007 and 8, and we do have 3 county clerical that are, whoops, I got to go the other way, that are supporting. We have 11 University of California paid staff in our office there, and that's what those clericals support. We try to, well, what we do is we serve the county through the creation and development of an application of knowledge in ag resources, youth, nutrition, and also family and consumer sciences. And essentially what we're really trying to do is identify community needs and then find funding for programs to go out there and actually meet those community needs. Of those 11 UC staff that we have that are supported by 3 county paid clericals, of those, 9 of them are on grant funding to go out and deliver specific programming. One of the big efforts that I work with my horticultural advisor, Cindy Fake, on is beginning farmers as well as also existing farmers as well. The average age of a farmer is about 57 years of age, and much as the county is moving forward with succession planning, we're kind of trying to do that same process with the agricultural community by getting a new generation trained in their skills and also getting them mentored with other existing farmers. And what you see here, we did a beginning farmer academy that was held last March. That's Terry Uecki is out there kind of, I guess I won't quite get there. In the middle there, talking about her and Bob Roan's farm that they have off of Mount Vernon Road. And then one of the things with that is to actually have the participants actually develop an action plan of what they plan on doing after completing the activity that they're doing. We're also supporting efforts with continued development of a pretty extensive website called Foothill Farming. That is an information resource for both beginning and existing farmers on a variety of issues as far as production issues, economic issues, and also risk management issues as well as a calendar of events. And basically, the efforts that we're doing are probably as innovative that can be found, especially here in the foothills. We're the only, county that's actually moving forward with this kind of programming. These are supported by almost a $76,000 grant that we received from USDA Risk Management, and just got some word this week that most likely we'll be able to get another grant from them this coming year. I think one of the strengths of what we're doing in our ag education is, one, making sure that we have peer presentations, so people who are out in the field have gone out and developed programming or developed their farms to come in and talk about what's worked, what are challenges, those types of things. So them coming in there, and then also as we are doing these activities, all the participants in the group, as well as the farmers who've come to give presentations, are providing input on action plans and ideas and those types of things to help guide those to a more effective process. We also do since 2008, we have done a farm business planning class, which is a 6-week class that looks at developing mission and vision statements, conducting economic and financial analysis, as well as looking at their marketing approaches, and then also developing an action plan. We worked with 10 farms this year that represented 16 producers, and sort of overall on our educational component there with Cindy and I's efforts, we've provided over 220 hours of training for locals and farmers and ranchers. That's reaching about 4,000 to 5,000 people. I think here's a quote right here. "The class was great. We learned so much from the teachers, producers, and fellow classmates, and we appreciate all the time you all spent helping us. I would definitely recommend this class." And I threw that in there because I think the strength, as I was mentioning before, is it's that team approach. It's not just, say, Cindy and I doing presentations. It's drawing on the experiences of the farming community that helps create community in the class to help them move forward in their desires. On the livestock end, I do a lot of workshops over the year, and those are really applied hands-on workshops. Two good examples is the California Grazing Academy, which had its 20th anniversary this year, and then in a couple of weeks we'll be doing another multi-species academy with sheep and goats. That's a growing interest of people in the area, one for their own properties for noxious weed control and fuel load reduction, but also as a business model for actually going out and doing contract grazing on site. And I threw these quotes in here as far as loving the hands-on activities, very open to questions, well-organized and affordable. And again, having people get out on the land and see the impacts of their decisions in working in teams, that seems to be a pretty powerful teaching model that we try to incorporate in many areas. Cindy does a lot of work on many crops. I think she has over 65 crops that she has to have knowledge of. And she's got a couple of examples here. She holds a lot of field meetings as far as Mandarin field meetings. And then this is Louise Ferguson, who's a UC specialist, who came in to talk about the olive pruning and culture of olive trees. As development of olive oil is becoming an increasing interest in the county. And they are effectively communicating and demonstrating best management practices that, that type of things is getting communicated to growers. We also have home horticulture support in the form of our Master Gardener program. Kevin Marini is our Master Gardener coordinator. We also oversee the senior community garden, and also there's now a demonstration area in there as well. There's 30 garden plots that are all full up on that senior community garden, and then the Master Gardeners actually took a small area that was really kind of an unusable area and have converted that into a demonstration garden. They spent the last couple of years, 3 years, preparing the soil, and they'll be able to start doing those demonstrations. You see on the right-hand side, that's one Master Gardener. They have a team of them adopted the school garden over at Rock Creek to rehabilitate that site and get that going again, and are actually doing some teaching as well as some gardening help as well. Master Gardeners undergo a 50-hour training to become a Master Gardener and then volunteer annually 25 hours of public service. There's 100 Master Gardeners here in Placer County. And the Rock Creek Teachers Master Gardeners are awesome. They work with kindergartners in the garden planning, and then we harvest that food for the interfaith food closet. So kind of a good integrated approach there. We continue to do pretty aggressive programming in the areas of nutrition, especially on helping reduce obesity in local youth. We have two programs. We have a CalFresh nutrition education program that's with UC. That receives USDA funding for us to be able to go into schools to deliver nutrition curriculum and really emphasize that increase of consumption of produce and fruit and vegetables. And then we also have a Nutrition Best program, which is looking to work with parents of children 0 to 5 years of age on nutrition education. One of the things that we have done with that Nutrition Best program, which is funded by Placer County First 5 Commission, is we have worked to not only to provide nutrition education, but then to link up those parents, especially in low-income areas, to actually getting access, increased access to local food. We're doing that in two ways. One is by handing out produce vouchers if they complete an educational program. We're also working with Placer County WIC to supplement their produce voucher program. They can go to the Foothill Farmers Markets and cash in $20 produce vouchers, which are in $2 increments. We also are working with early Head Start sites in Lincoln, Loomis, Auburn, and also up at Kings Beach to provide a weekly box of produce to 96 families in Placer County. And we are utilizing Brian Kaminsky's Natural Trading Company. Here you see Brian and a family that is participating in that program, and they're receiving their produce for the week. We had a tour on June the 20th that we had about 80 people come out for, so those families could actually see where their food was coming from, learn about the farm, and do some tastings. We break that 96 into 48 for an 11-week period from June, into May till end of July, and then another group just started for Auburn and Kings Beach for August and into October. And again, those are supported by a $231,000 USDA grant and a $139,000 grant from Placer County First 5 Commission. And we did a luncheon for First 5 in July, and one of the parents of the families that were receiving that weekly box of produce made the note that now their families are preparing more meals together since they've started receiving that box of produce. So just things of linking up nutrition and agriculture, I think, can be a benefit in a lot of different ways. We also have Youth Experiences in Science program that actually recruits teens to actually go out and work in after-school sites. They make a 12-week commitment to go out and teach this science-based curriculum to youth in after-school sites in Rockland and Roseville. I think we'll be able to expand to Auburn for this year. And that grant funding is supported by a $13,000 grant from H.B. Fuller Corporation. Here you can see Marissa, age 6. My favorite part was making the grape juice explode with the baking soda like a volcano. That was fun. And then a Roseville teen teacher. Most of the children, and yes, started out thinking they were not going to like a science class, and they were surprised to learn that science was fun. So this empowering of teens to be teachers is a pretty powerful concept. And then we also have our 4-H program, which continues to be very, very active, and many, many events such as Favorite Foods and Still Exhibits Day, as you can see here, and also summer camp up at Cisco Grove, which is always a real highlight with the high ropes course. I think the big thing about 4-H, in addition to, say what you see at the fair or some sort of events or whatever, is the leadership development and the leadership opportunities that this program provides. We have 724 4-H members, and, they're averaging taking almost 4 projects apiece, totaling 2,900 projects, and it's supported by over 200 volunteer leaders providing $13,000 worth of 13,000 hours of mentoring and support, and we have 150 youth that serve as club officers and others as junior and teen leaders, and that's just providing that leadership opportunities. I think the thing that would just really like to end on with the board is just to sure appreciate the continued support for extension programming. For the amount in our budget, we're able to, over this past year, generate $460,000 in grant funding to go out there and support what our efforts are to expand and increase our capacity to serve county residents, to do what we can to meet community needs. And without that Placer County support of infrastructure with 3 clerical and our facilities and just the general supply, travel budgets, those types of things, if we didn't have that, it would really severely cramp what we could do. And so I just really want to express my appreciation to everyone for providing us this opportunity. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Roger. I think you snuck a few extra slides in there. Any questions from the board? All right, I see none. Thank you so much for the update. You guys do just astonishing amounts of work. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, at this time we're going to take a break for lunch. Let's just say we come back here at 1:45, just over an hour. Kirk's looking grumpy. We can fight about it in the break room. How's that? back in session after lunch, and we are continuing with the overview of departmental budgets, moving to public protection, starting with probation.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Jackman with the County CEO's office. Before we get into probation, just a quick overview of the Public Safety Fund, the four appropriations that make up the Public Safety Fund: the Sheriff's Office, the District Attorney, the Probation Department, and the CEO Criminal Justice budget. These four budgets returned a fund balance of $9.9 million in 11-12. 6.1 of that was applied to the proposed budget, leaving a balance of about $3.8 million. Excuse me. $2 million of that was applied to the 12-13 budget, freeing up $1.8 million recommended to go into reserves. So as we move into probation, the highlights of this fund, I want to point out first and foremost that the numbers that you see include the correctional food service budget and the probation operational budget. Approximately $2.9 million of the net budget you see is correctional food services. The impacts from the prior year, the net budget has gone up $2 million. There's about $500,000 of that is associated with the South Placer kitchen, and it's kind of double counted. I want to explain what we did. We took $250,000 from the probation operational budget, and we put it as a transfer out to the correctional food service budget, so that's an expenditure. And then in the food services budget, it actually increases the expenditures by another $250,000 to purchase the stuff to do the startup. So it's kind of double counted, and it didn't want to misrepresent it too much. Excuse me. About $375,000 of that is tied to the SIU transfer out for AB 109 plea collaboration, and $75,000 for data collection related to AB 109, and then about $600,000 of that is salaries and benefits. The revenues have increased about $1.2 million. $500,000 of that is public safety sales tax. $1.1 million increase in AB 109 revenue, which meant in general, excuse me, the net revenues came down outside of those two. There was a general fund contribution decrease of $658,000, and we did that in the public safety fund to, when we increased the public safety sales tax, what it allowed us to do was bring the net county costs down, but then to keep the net county costs flat, what we did was we reduced the general fund contribution in all three of the departments. So you'll see throughout a trend where we lower the general fund contribution to keep the net county cost flat with the proposed base budget. So the general fund was decreased $658,000. Their funded positions in probation did go up from 148 to 157. Those 9 positions are all in support of AB 109 realignment. The probation department, of the $9.9 million, they returned $2.2 million in fund balance. 1.1 of that was applied to their proposed budget net county cost. $110,000 was rebudgeted for costs associated with AB 109 vehicles and radios, and also a juvenile risk assessment. I mentioned the $250,000 of the fund balance that was applied to the South Placer kitchen startup costs. Then there was also one-time funding related to some grant funding, a personal clerical study for $10,000, some replacement vehicles, JDF camera and recording system upgrades. And then out of this budget, we recommended $625,000 to go into the reserve of their fund balance. So if there are any questions at this point with the technical number side, I'll turn it over to Chief Probation Officer Hopper to go through his department.
I see no questions. Come on forward, Marcia.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Madam Chair. I'm Marshall Hopper, your Chief Probation Officer. I'd like to take this opportunity this afternoon to personally thank the board, the CEO's office, the court, and our public safety partners for your support over the last year. I'd also like to thank our hardworking, dedicated staff at the Placer County Probation Department for their accomplishments over the last year, and specifically their ability to adapt to a changing criminal justice system. Now, working with offenders requires a balanced approach, having the ability to hold offenders accountable for their actions, and at the same time providing direction and rehabilitative opportunities as offenders transition back into our community. Our employees recognize the changing role of our department and probation in general, and they've stepped up, taking on new practices, modifying past practices, and they are truly committed to making a difference in the community in which we serve. Now, legislative mandates provide direction for probation departments to increase the use of evidence-based practices in hope to stop the revolving door in our justice system. Evidence-based practices are now mandated in both adult and juvenile services, and the message is clearly embedded throughout parole realignment, AB 109, the California Community Corrections Performance Incentive Act, SB 678, and the Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act. Our department continues to embrace these concepts, and we have prioritized our operations with a renewed emphasis on adult services, including the 9 newly funded positions through 109 that Mark previously mentioned. And this is to help mitigate the impacts of parole realignment as we move forward. In addition, the 12-13 proposed budget adjustments include, as Mark previously mentioned, the one-time startup cost for the South Placer Kitchen, funding for future radio replacements, and additional reserves for public safety priorities as we continue to develop programs in support of our operations. I wanted to take some time now to kind of go over some of the highlights from the year. Now, our juvenile detention facility has a maximum rated capacity of 78 beds. However, effective interventions over the years has enabled our department to close a 4th wing, and in fact, that 4th wing has been closed for several years. Now, that brings our operational capacity down to 58 beds. If we needed to open that wing, the anticipated cost to the county would be $2.7 million per year, which would include hiring 17 additional staff for operation purposes. Now, last year, there were 829 intakes in our juvenile detention facility, which is actually a 9% increase over last year. And despite the increase in bookings, the average monthly population for 2011 and 12 was 32 minors in our juvenile hall. Management of the intake process and the use of a validated risk assessment provides our staff with the essential tools to make appropriate decisions during the intake process in our juvenile facility. Now, our juvenile field services division supervises approximately 450 formal and informal juvenile cases, and they deploy an array of early intervention type programs. Some examples include Juvenile Work Project, Juvenile Electronic Monitoring, Wraparound Services for Minors and Families, Drug Court, and Functional Family Therapy. In addition to these programs, the support of the court through SMART policy has enabled the department to manage the juvenile detention facility population while minimizing costs, but more importantly, improving the outcomes of our offenders that we serve. These efforts hold minors accountable for their actions and provide the least restrictive opportunities for minors and families, saving taxpayer dollars while enhancing public safety through the utilization of evidence-based and early intervention programs. In the upcoming year, we plan to explore additional juvenile risk needs assessments to enhance our decision-making, as well as identify specific needs of minors and families in order to work better with families. In addition, our juvenile detention facility has been recently selected by the University of Oregon to participate in a research project which is designed to work with incarcerated minors. Positive Behavioral Intervention Supports, or PBIS, involves the teaching of behavioral expectations using positive reinforcements to minors to promote appropriate behavior. This concept has been used throughout the United States in more than 20,000 public schools. So far, the benefits include a reduction in behavioral incidents and improved academic performance. These concepts will be now implemented in the Placer County Juvenile Detention Facility. The PBIS staff will conduct a series of training sessions for our institutional staff over the next several months. All costs associated with this project are fully funded through the University of Oregon. Now, moving on to our Adult Services Division. The Adult Division consists of adult court, adult supervision, and alternative sentencing. Together, these services provide reports to the court, supervise offenders in our community, and provide structure and supervision of the offenders placed on our alternative sentencing programs. Last year, our Adult Division completed 268 adult pre-sentence investigation reports for the court. We also completed over 2,000 miscellaneous reports, which include probation violation petitions, supplemental reports, credit memos, and we also prepare orders for the court for sentencing. In addition, our adult supervision officers supervise an average of 3,300 adult offenders granted probation in Placer County. Adult supervision caseloads are assigned based on the outcome of a validated risk needs assessment, the location of the offender's residence, and his or her compliance to the conditions of probation. This process ensures that we are using our resources effectively and that we are conforming to the legislative mandates. Our probation officers continue to teach Courage to Change courses, our Job Seekers program, independent living skills for offenders under our supervision, and we also provide these services to a selected group of offenders who are incarcerated in the Placer County Jail. Alternative sentencing programs continue to provide some relief to the jail while providing offenders the ability to complete their disciplinary sentence. Alternative sentencing allows offenders to keep their jobs, retain their family ties, and participate in counseling while serving their sentence. Last year, alternative sentencing records reflect that we had an average program population of 558 offenders throughout the year. This breaks down to 93 participants on electronic monitoring, 41 participants on adult drug court, 341 participants on our adult work release program, and 83 participants on our supervised OR release program. In the upcoming year, as we previously discussed with the board, the adult work release participants will begin working in the new central kitchen. The startup costs are reflected in our recommended budget adjustments, and these costs are covered with the probation department's 2011-12 fund balance. Now, in the event that the South Placer Correctional Facility is not operational by 2014, additional funding mechanisms to support the kitchen will need to be explored. In addition to these services that I previously mentioned, last year our justice system encountered a significant change. Parole realignment changed our business practices not only for our department but for our entire justice system. At this point, the department has received 143 active post-release community supervision cases, and we have also received 12 mandatory supervision cases. These cases are demanding, requiring residence verifications, the deployment of evidence-based risk needs assessments, case plans to redirect offenders in appropriate behaviors, and also intensive services through our partners at Health and Human Services, as well as a collaborative supervision approach with our law enforcement agencies through the Special Investigations Unit. As we move forward with this new population, data collection is essential. Now, many organizations throughout the state are tracking individual data and outcomes. In fact, the Chief Probation Officers of California, CPOC, recently released a report regarding the first 6 months of data regarding realignment. This data provided a detailed analysis of the overall state comparisons, and it's broken down by each individual county. The dashboard report demonstrates a systematic process for collection throughout the state. In fact, our CCP Executive Committee recognized the need for data collection, and our plan here in Placer County calls out 13 data collection points to analyze our progress. In order to develop a transparent and consistent process, we have developed a data collection committee, and I've been in contact with County IT for assistance with this project. Streamlining clear and concise data will enable us to evaluate the impacts of AB 109, allow us to compare our data with other data throughout the state. AB 109 training for implementation, the one-time funding, will be directed towards funding this project as we move forward with County IT. I also have a copy of the CPOC report for the board, which I will hand out at the conclusion of this presentation, and there are also copies on the back table for the public. As we move forward into next year, we will continue to evaluate our staffing levels in comparison to our service demands. Our department is committed to public safety, and we continue to work with our criminal justice partners to ensure that sentences are served and that we're providing offenders with tools for success as they move back into our community. Now, we understand that working with offenders is a very difficult task, and that the key to public safety is the ability to work together as a cohesive group, ensuring that offenders are held accountable and that we take new approaches to close that revolving door in our justice system. All offenders under our supervision, whether or not they are on adult probation, juvenile probation, post-release community supervision, or serving a local prison sentence, either a straight sentence or split sentence, will all eventually end up back in our community. Our society expects that these offenders will be supervised and held accountable as they transition back into our community. And our probation officers here in Placer County are committed to doing just that. That concludes my presentation today, and again, I thank you for your time and your support, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Once again, thank you.
Supervisor Euler.
Marshall, I'm wondering, as you're now dealing with 143 new cases as a result of the realignment, what has happened, or has anything happened to number of visits, check-ins with the existing probation community that Placer County already had? I mean, are we seeing a reduction in the number of times that probation officers are able to actually go visit those that were already their current caseload and checking up on folks, because now more and more time has been taken away by these new cases? How is that kind of manifesting itself out there in the real world in terms of our ability to actively supervise these people?
Well, the way that it's working right now with the positions that we were allocated through 109, the post-release community supervision officers have their own caseload of just the PRCS cases. So we didn't combine the resources because we wanted to make sure that they received the intensive supervision, and then with our current policies of 2 contacts per month, and basically they're seeing them more in the community. So at this point, we are able to sufficiently see both populations, formal probation and the post-release community supervision cases. Now, we also utilize an important aspect of the concepts behind evidence-based practices, utilizing that small percent that are so-called the worst of the worst, which are being directed towards SIU for intensive services as well.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Duran.
Yeah, thank you very much, Marshall. Appreciate the information. These 20 beds that you were talking about, that wing in the juvenile department, why was that closed? Was that because of there wasn't enough demand? Your programs were doing a great job, so we didn't have as many clients in that wing? How did that come about?
Well, it's a combination of things. I don't recall the exact year the hall opened, but it was somewhere around 2000-ish, and when it was built, built, and like anything else, the population showed up. It was pretty much maxed out. I think I recall a population at some point in the mid-70s, close to it, back in 2000-ish. And that's the same time that the Juvenile Crime Prevention Act came out in 2000. And that's where we really started looking at different approaches with juveniles. Back then they were called best practices, similar to evidence-based practices. And we started developing that, but not only that, but our collaborative partnership with CSOC, doing programming, doing early intervention type stuff. So it's a combination of the efforts through the Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act, our relationship and working together with CSOC, and over time, the population went down. And during that time frame, we had to make a decision several years ago that it wasn't cost effective to have that wing open, and it was only open for a short period of time. But overall, it's been closed the majority of the time that hall's been open in operation.
Okay, great. Another question on the alternative sentencing for adult services. Those different types of alternatives, if they weren't there hypothetically, would those folks have to be incarcerated?
If we did not have alternative sentencing programs in place, yes, those individuals would be serving their time in our local jail.
And can you quantify what kind of savings to the county you generate by having over 500 people on the alternative sentencing?
Well, we can. It's difficult with the changes recently when you start discussing credits. and involuntary alternative sentencing. Regular alternative sentencing EMP cases get day for day. Involuntary cases get credits, so we would have to calculate those and come up with a number to have an accurate number. And then you also have to factor and consider into the individuals, the 341 people, I think was the correct number, that are on work release. Those aren't day-for-day credits. Those are required credits based on every 8 hours worked, and they work an average of 2 days per week. So we'd have to calculate that together to get a base number.
In light of the additional PRCS cases that I'm sure we can anticipate getting in the future, do you anticipate using alternative sentencing as expanding on that, or is it going to remain the same?
I do. We have had some meetings with, if you're looking at our CCP plan, and it calls out throughout the plan regarding a team approach to deal with this population, not only the PRCS cases, but our population in general, to provide the best resources for the county. So we've been working working well with jail classification, our probation officers assigned at the jail, to really develop a team concept of how we can do this. What are we missing? Are there any avenues that we can work together to provide more relief? Because between now and the time the jail opens, whenever that might be, we need to make sure that we maintain the integrity of our programs, but not only our programs, our probation status. We need the ability to, like I mentioned, provide sanctions, provide consequences for actions, and at some point individuals will need to be in jail. But between now and the time that the facility is open, we need to make sure that we maintain that integrity with the ability to hold offenders accountable.
Thank you.
Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to get back to Supervisor Duran's question about cost savings. When Steve Pecor was the Chief Probation Officer, I think it was about 3 or 4 years ago, that question came up about cost savings, and I think, if I remember right, he didn't call it cost savings, he called it cost avoidance, and I think it was $1.7 million. This was pre-AB 109, but by your detention program, and it was pretty significant savings over the year.
That's correct, and back in that time frame was before involuntary came into effect, and the credits made it really complicated. I mean, we could come up with an actual daily rate number of possible bed savings, I guess, but we'd have to really look into it and make sure that we're correct.
I know it's significant.
It is significant, yes.
Marshall, I just had one question relating to straight sentencing versus split sentencing. I know that part of the whole vision for how we were going to enact AB 109 was that the judges were going to be handing down different sets of sentencing. Has that met our expectations, or did we have a specific expectation in terms of how we would see that roll out?
Well, the state provided some general numbers, but being early in the game, so to speak, they were making assumptions based on past sentencing practices. And with the new concepts, really each county throughout the state, some conservative, some less than that. It's really kind of all over the board. We have 12 right now. When the first CPOC report came out for the first 6 months, I think we had 3. So we've made some progress with that. But it really boils down to, the sentences handed down by the court and kind of how it plays out. I mean, we are prepared to supervise those offenders that do get released on a split sentence, but in the event that they get a straight sentence, when they walk out of the Placer County Jail, there's no supervision.
So basically, it's cheaper for the probation department for straight sentencing, but there may be other costs and savings to the county for split sentencing.
True, and that cost would be, the potential supervision in the community and the really essential and needed transition back into the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you very much. Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to Sheriff.
Okay, we'll move on to the Sheriff's Department. with this first slide, same as with the probation department, I just want to point out up front that when you look at the net budget of the sheriff's department, that $96.1 million is inclusive of Fund 111, which is the Auto Theft Task Force and the Fingerprint Identification Fund. So approximately $1.7 million of that 96.1 is non-operational money for the sheriff's department. So we'll just clarify that up front. The sheriff's department did have a $5.7 million increase in their net budget this year. We talk about Measure F all the time. That's a huge cost driver in this department. That's a big piece of that. We also added 30 funded positions, 21 for AB 109, another 8 through the COPS hiring grant, and then an Apollo IT position. So some big cost drivers in this department this year that are driving that $5.7 million. The revenues have gone up $4.5 million, and that's also in light of the $1.1 million general fund decrease. But again, and I'll get to that, what we did in the sheriff's department. It's a little bit different than the other two departments based on a supplemental request that we entertained a proposed budget. So in this budget, the revenues did go up $4.5 million. Public safety sales tax went up $3 million. There is $1.9 million of AB 109 revenue in this budget, and the general fund came down $1.1. The decrease in general fund of $1.1 million was, again, to get the department back to a flat net county cost in the base budget. What we did at proposed budget in the sheriff's budget was there was a supplemental request for upfront OPEB costs for 17 positions, the 14 related to AB 109 and 3 from COPS. That totaled $633,000. So we put that expenditure into the budget at proposed budget, knowing we would come back and visit at final budget how it was going to be funded. We had some options. There was going to be fund balance could be used to fund it. AB 109 revenue could be used to fund it. We waited to see in final budget to see what the fund balance was, and our recommendation at this time is to cover it with fund balance. So that's why their fund balance is up to $3.1 million. As I said, 30 funded positions increased last year to this year, 21 to reiterate, 21 from COPS, 21 from AB 109, 8 from COPS, and 1 from Apollo IT. The sheriff did return a substantial fund balance of $4.6 million. 3.1 of that was used to fund their proposed net county cost. There was $656,000 that was rebudgeted. And I want to point out this was very good due diligence by the department, but I also want to point out that this money was rebudgeted to fund a number of things that were supplemental requests in the proposed budget. In-car cameras, digital evidence systems, stuff like that, they were able to fund with some rebudgeted grant funding, which was good on the department, but it gave us a little bit less available fund balance to apply to other things that were requested at final budget. What we were able to fund at final budget, about $117,000 for PC replacement lease costs. There was $30,000 rebudgeted for a generator, and then some other nominal things. There was some supplemental law stuff that we rebudgeted for $81,000. In the end, it only left us with about $554,000 within the funding that we had available to apply towards a reserve. And the sheriff's request, they had requested to apply $536,000 to the reserve. We were able to do $554 to go towards South Placer, P25 radio replacement. So that's what's in our recommendations right now, and it's based on the funding level that was available to us just within the fund balance. There's not a whole else to go over with me right now. At this point, I'll turn it over to Under Sheriff Bell and Janice Gage, the Administrative Services Manager for the Sheriff's Department.
All right. Good afternoon. First off, on behalf of Sheriff Bonner, I want to extend his salutations. He's in Atlanta on business. Anybody who's been in Atlanta in August, I can assure you it is business. It's hot and sticky back there. He, as many of you know, he sits on a variety of information groups, including the FBI CJIS working group, and he represents the Western United States, so he is unavailable. So undersheriffs get to come in off the bench from time to time. That's what I'm here for. First off, I want to thank you for your time. I also want to thank the folks that are behind me that kind of compose Team Placer. We have a number of fantastic division heads that work very hard to provide the highest level of service possible with the resources that we have. And the unsung heroes are working our fiscal unit. That really crunch spreadsheets. Shockingly, none of the folks in green went to the police academy. to pour over spreadsheets. We do really appreciate the support that they provide. And certainly, kudos to the CEO's office. We could not come together and have a civil process without their cooperation, and they've been just stellar this year, as they have been in years past. I'm going to start off with a little bit of update on some of the service that we provide. This last year, our dispatch center took 73,467 calls for service. It's in excess of 200 a day, and 59,403 of those were specifically for law enforcement service. Our deputies responded to in excess of 163 calls per day. Additionally, they made 9,021 traffic stops, which was down just a little bit, but that's not a surprise. Our felony arrests actually went up just a little bit, 1,441 felony arrests, and 1,648 misdemeanor arrests, which was down just a little bit. Additionally, Falcon 30, which we would not have without the support of this board and especially the United Auburn Indian Community support, flew in excess of 300 hours of flight time, responding to 155 calls for service and aiding in 35 arrests. Additionally, 13 people were rescued. When you talk about rescue, that is one of the components that the sheriff is responsible for, is overseeing search and rescue. Our SAR people this year, volunteers, and our paid staff worked 4,626 man-hours on 35 search and rescues and 6 mutual aid responses, and that's when we leave the county to help other people. Jail. You guys have heard a little bit about AB 109. It's going to be big. The governor's told us it is going to be big. Our jail this last year booked 9,455 people, down just a little bit from the previous year. 7,103 of those were males and 2,352 females. Almost 4,900 were felony offenses as their primary charge. 4,500 were misdemeanor. Additionally, the transportation unit, they do not sit in the driveway very much. They drove 159,654 miles. That's 6.5 times around the earth to deliver almost 5,500 inmates to their destinations. One of the titles on our badges you'll see is Corner. Our Corners unit has been very active. We have handled about a little over 2,000 corners investigations over this last year. Now, a little over 1,500 of those were handled administratively, meaning we could clear those on the telephone and computer with just a little bit of communication. But 445 required corner responses into the field, and 292 of those went to the morgue for autopsy. That is kind of running on the red line for our doc. Just FYI, that is a significant number of autopsies for one doctor to handle. Crime statistics. I think we all saw in the newspaper what happened in Sacramento County very recently, and city. We have been impacted as well, not as significantly. Our violent crime for this last year rose 1%. That we calculate our rate per 10,000 because we don't have. A lot of places do it per 100,000. If you have 500,000 people, that's fine. We find a more reasonable number. We're able to drill down into data a lot more significantly if we calculate it based on 10,000. Our number is 25.8. Sac County, in comparison, would be 48.5, almost double. And Roseville's at 28.1, so fairly consistent. Property crime rate also went up, about 4% in the county. Our number is 111.4 per 10,000, and Roseville's was 149.4. SAC was 133.4. Our homicides, unfortunately, went up this last year. Rapes went up. Robberies did go down. Aggravated assaults remained flat. Burglaries went down, but thefts were up significantly. And our vehicle theft in the unincorporated area of the county was down. Cost savings. Well, we do know that public safety sales tax is recovering, and as Mark alluded to, this isn't going to impact our discretionary spending significantly, and that the CEO's office is recommending, and we concur, that our general fund contribution will be reduced by $1.1 million. We have currently, out of 459 funded positions, we have 48 vacancies, which is about a 10.5% vacancy rate. Again, 48 of those are funded and an additional 12 unfunded. We are continuing to try to keep our costs down by appropriate management of our vacancies, deferring training. We want to make sure that we send people to training. We don't want to not train, but we look for where we can get the most bang for the dollar. We have deferred equipment replacement. We've outsourced car lease maintenance, which saved us almost $45,000 in service costs. Additionally, and I'll circle back around to this, the COPS grant at $2.8 million was certainly a positive on our ledger. A lot of these cost savings, though, can be offset, and I'm sure everybody's aware. We have things that we cannot anticipate that impact our budget. Major investigations such as homicides are very time and personnel intensive. Catastrophic events, natural disasters, most recently the Robbers Fire was certainly significant for us, and we incurred $130,000 in overtime costs alone. However, all that said, as Mark indicated, we were able to deliver a fairly healthy fund balance. The impacts continue to be what they have been in the past. We have had some reduced beat coverage over the last several years, which has caused some increased response times in some areas. Service centers that we used to have are closed. Our DARE program is no more. School programs have been reduced, along with coverage along the I-80 corridor, and some reductions within court security. But it's not all bad. We do have some fantastic accomplishments. Continued drug prevention programs through our drugstore, which was a big hit. I know some of you even visited that. Big hit with the local schools. Lots of positive feedback. Continued community education through our citizens academies, our identity theft programs, personal safety classes, National Night Out. This last year, we actually were ranked 13th in the nation for all public safety agencies serving a population of over 300,000. So we're in there with Chicago, New York, Los Angeles. We were 13th in the nation. Very proud of the work that we do interfacing with our community. We continue to use community service officers in the field. We have an officer in the lower who took nearly 400 reports, cold reports on her own. What that does is it frees up the deputy sheriffs to respond for more in-progress calls. Our volunteer program is robust. We have nearly 80 volunteers that donated close to 8,000 hours of service, and they work in every single unit within the sheriff's office, including investigations, vehicle maintenance, the jail. We have our STAR program, very active in patrol. They're everywhere, and we really appreciate them. And our volunteers, I mean, just on a side note, these people are fantastic. And I know that many of you have met them and interfaced with them, and we do not pay them, not because they're worthless, but because they're priceless. They are absolutely fantastic. We continue to cultivate relationships within the private sector. As I mentioned before, the United Auburn Indian community has been very significant in supporting us and our helicopter. Also, I want to give a little tip of the hat to our Placer County Sheriff's Council. One of the tools that our folks have at their disposal now is a taser, which is a less lethal intermediate use of force option to take people safely into custody and overcome resistance. Their direct contribution has funded over 60 tasers. We have 167 total. They've purchased 60 of them at an estimated cost of $96,000 that they raised in the community on their own. And I have to absolutely acknowledge that. They're fantastic folks. We, again, couple of things that are out there. We have funded $208,000 plus one-time new employee OPEB cost for the 30 positions. That's $1.26 million budgeted for the 11-12 year. One of the other accomplishments that's out there, or things that is exciting for us, is the New World public safety system, the Tiburon replacement at $2.8 million, and we've approved $515,000 for our Apollo project. We continue working with probation to strengthen alternatives to sentencing programs and implement AB 109 public safety realignments. Just a quick diversion. This morning, I want to let you folks know we have a wonderful public safety team here in Placer County. As I said, the sheriff's out of town, and I went to PLEA, the Placer Law Enforcement Agencies group, which is composed of the district attorney, the chiefs of police, probation, the sheriff, parole. And the reason AB 109 has been so seamless in Placer County is the cooperation of the people in that room. We do see ourselves as one public safety team, and we are all very blessed, because I can tell you it's not that way everywhere. There are chiefs and sheriffs in open warfare with their probation departments, and it's just ugly. And we don't have that in Placer County. We're absolutely very fortunate. A couple of IT things I want to update the board on. We have completed our regional RFP for New World, as I mentioned before, including that's truly a regional system. Our partners include Placer County Fire, Roseville PD and Fire, and the Auburn Police Department. The Apollo project is full speed ahead. We have upgraded our biometric identification stations at the Auburn Jail to integrate the system mugshots, fingerprints, DNA, and iris capture. And we anticipate going live with that New World system in 2013. Well, the sheriff has a broad mission. Obviously, it includes patrol, investigations, coroner, civil, custody, court security, search and rescue, air ops, youth and community services. But at the core of each of these is really one theme, and that's safety. Public safety is one of the top priorities of government, and you guys and folks have all demonstrated that over the years, and I want to thank you. Without your support, we could not enjoy the quality of life that we have here in Placer County. And we do some really neat things here. The Tethys Cup, our county fair, 4th of July celebrations, festivals, our eggplant festival. Those are really neat community events that we have here because it's a safe and wonderful place for families. And that's because it's a safe place to be, because of the hard work of the men and women of the Sheriff's Office, our police departments, and the supports of people like you. COPS grant, again, $2.8 million. We have hired started programming those positions. We have the grant coordinator in place, our marijuana eradication deputy, the MAVMET person. We have 2 more hires imminent, others to follow. We are building relationships within the community with that grant. We have had very specific and successful outreaches to our Latino community and Native American community. Matter of fact, we invited them to our recent training cycle, and they were interactive with us at our training, so that our deputies, they would understand a little bit what our deputies are doing, but more importantly, our deputies would understand the services that they provide. AB 109, wrapping it up here. We worked hard with our CCP partners to develop a team approach that included our city police partners to leverage our resources and build a countywide accountability using our SIU task force. We are in support of HHS's mission, providing treatment and support to help reduce recidivism. Our impacts on the jail have been significant. We currently have 102 what they call triple nons in custody. These are people that prior to realignment would have been in state prison. Additionally, we have 46 parole violators, so that's 148 inmates in our facility right now that would have been in state prison last year. They compose 26.5% of our operational capacity, which is 581. Our longest sentence, 76 months. That's a significant amount in county jail. I can tell you there are much more significant. Riverside has somebody sentenced to 21 years in county jail. AB 109 inmates they compose roughly 44% of our sentenced population. So although they're only 26% of our total population, 44% of our sentence population. Our average daily population has increased from 524 in 2010. Our average since January 1st is now 595. We also, unfortunately, when we reach capacity, we get to that point where one comes in and one goes out, and that means people do not do their full sentences. I can tell you, since implementation of AB 109, realignment, on October the 1st, 2011, through June 30th, 2012, we've had 1,245 sentence days, almost 3.5 years, not served. That same time frame, the previous year, that number was 334. So we've almost quadrupled. I know there's some big discussions and big decisions to happen in the future regarding what is probably the linchpin for public safety, and that's the jail, specifically the South Placer facility. I can tell you we're working on a staffing plan right now that we'll be bringing forward in the next few weeks, probably 4 to 6 weeks, that will be a phased approach, and we'll be working with our CEO partners and bringing that to you very shortly. Basically, it'd be a 3-year ramp-up is what we'd be looking at in our proposal. In closing, man, the last 5 years have been tough. Every year I get up here and say, man, it's been tough the last 4 years or 3 years. I hope this is the last year we have to stand up here and talk about how tough it is. Maybe not. We have been working very hard at the Sheriff's Office to identify efficiencies and be more effective in our mission of providing public safety. We work hard to be good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. It's important to me. It's important to the men and women behind me. I respect the board and the tough decisions that you guys have had to make this year and previous years and in years to come. And I want to again thank you for your stated and demonstrated support of public safety. Unless you have specific questions of me, I have Jan Gage behind me, who can go into a little bit more fiscal detail and then answer any questions that you may have before I yield anything.
Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, just wanted, excuse me, to ask if you would be able to make those pre and post 109 stats that you just cited, make those available to us, please.
Absolutely.
Love to get them.
Yeah,
That'd be great.
we can do that. Very well.
I see no other questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Montgomery, members of the board, Mr. Bosch. It's a pleasure to be here. Janice Gage, Fiscal Officer with the Placer County Sheriff's Office. Well, there is good news. Public safety sales tax is recovering. It's actually almost up to the same levels that it was budgeted in 2007-8. This year, we were very pleased that our revenues came in about $1.5 million more than what we anticipated and budgeted. We do have other revenue increases. Those include grants, fees, realignment funding. However, we're not out of the woods yet on realignment because it is not guaranteed, and we're very optimistic that we will have a positive outcome in elections this year. And those revenues are used to cover the impacts that we are experiencing and have been since October 1 from the impacts of AB 109. Our recommended budget includes salary and benefit increases. Our salaries and benefits are about 2/3 of our budget, and much of those increases are relative to AB 109 and also the COPS grant positions that your board approved, but there are also increases annually that are non-discretionary, and those have to do with things like Prop F, cost of living adjustments. So even though our revenues are looking better, much of the budget is driven by non-discretionary costs, and it does remain a challenge to glean discretionary spending out of the budget when those costs continue to outpace our revenue growth. Our sworn and fiscal staff have been very, very successful in seeking and prevailing and administering grants. Right now we have about 35 that we administer, and those grants help us to maximize the funding that we have available. Most of the time there's costs that go along with those grants, so it doesn't give you much traction.
But we, for instance, with the COPS grant, we were able to bring $2.8 million of federal funds to bear at a time when federal allocations were almost unheard of. So we will continue to bring forth to your board opportunities to leverage dollars, to bring dollars into the public service arena so that we can continue to carry out our mission of public safety. As the CEO staff presented to you, the Sheriff's Office did materialize a very healthy fund balance, over $4.5 million. Funding came from expenditure and cost savings and also revenues that surpassed what we anticipated. Most of that fund balance was used to cover our net county cost. Our CEO was supportive of some of our final budget requests that we felt pretty strongly about. Our priorities of officer safety, in-car cameras really go a long way, in the sheriff's opinion, to ensure officer and also public protection. Also technology. We have some very aged equipment that needed to be refreshed, and we found ways within the confines of our budget to accomplish that. So we want to thank the CEO's office and Mr. Bosch for working with us on that. I'm going to skip over something here. We did express to the CEO's office our desire, when we saw our fund balance, to get some things in, and also to maintain a flat general fund contribution, flat with prior years, maybe not all the way back to 2007-8, but flat, for the last few years, so that we could transition to your model and work towards, over a couple of years, work towards a less fund balance dependent strategy and model. However, we will continue to strive, as we have in past years, for cost savings to achieve your board's multi-year strategy, which we are wholeheartedly behind, and also to continue to carry out our public safety mission, as we will always do. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Bosch, and to your staff, Becky Riggin and Mark Giacomini, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Supervisor Holmes.
Thanks, Janice. Would you please tell me again what percentage of the salaries and benefits are part of your budget?
It's about 2/3 of the net budget.
On this slide, actually, it's not that slide. It's page 94 on ours. Approved position classification exchange to provide for administrative services officer. What does that mean?
That was one of the items that we had requested as part of our use of fund balance, and we subsequently discussed at length with Becky Riggin and Mr. Bosch's office. We, in the administrative division, and it actually is a very top priority for the sheriff, we're undertaking more and more with AB 109, the employee increases, the budget increases, the transactional increases, accounting, payroll. We're doing backgrounds, investigations, recruitments. I mean, the impact is significant on our office, our administrative division. And we asked for an administrative services officer to help us with some heavy lifting and accounting costing that we have associated with some of those things. Included in our new workload and ongoing workload are things like the space of study. We've got Holly talked about the West Placer, things that we as public safety are involved in when services are costed. So our workload has increased, and we're actually down staff right now. So we requested an administrative services officer. We have worked out with the CEO's office an opportunity where we can actually exchange a position for a currently funded position. So there's no net increase in cost. There's no net increase in allocations. We'll be able to get some relief over in our administrative division, hopefully, with that arrangement.
And what position would that be that it would be exchanged for?
Probably, we're not sure, but we're looking at, I probably shouldn't say right at the moment. We can bring that back to the board if you like. We're looking at various positions that might be available.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the board? All right, thank you very much. Moving on to our final for the day, District Attorney.
Yes, our district attorney's office. Moving from a complex budget into a more simplistic budget, wrapping up with the DA, $19.1 million net budget, increase of about $500,000 over the prior year. Revenues are up $400,000. Same thing happened, but I'll walk through it. Public safety sales tax up $500,000. There's about $192,000 of AB 109 revenue in here. The DA's general fund contribution was again reduced $274,000 to get them back to a flat net county cost. DA has two new funded positions, both tied to AB 109, one district attorney and one admin position. They did return a $1.5 million fund balance. $2.1 million fund balance. 1.5 was applied to the net county cost, and then there were some nominal one-time things. I'll let District Attorney Owens walk through them real quick. But we did recommend use for about 10 iPads. That it's my understanding it's been run through county IT. They're compatible, and I guess the DAs are going to exchange their county cell phones for the iPads that they can use in court, and it's much more efficient for them. A couple of DVD, CD duplicators, very nominal use of fund balance, with the exception of their South Placer Building B expansion, where they're going to get some more office space moving around with the auditor. It's about $175,000 is the DA's expense, and we're able to apply their fund balance from 1112 to cover that. And out of this budget, we're recommending $389,000 to go into the Public Safety Reserve. And with that, I'll turn it over to District Attorney Owens.
Thank you. Scott Owens, 10810 Justice Center Drive, Roseville, California. We're pretty early, so if anybody needs any stretching exercises, now we could do them. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I wanted to take a moment to thank you and to echo my criminal justice partners, Mr. Bell and Mr. Hopper, and some of their comments regarding Placer County in general, you folks, and our other departments, and how they've supported us on our mission, and how great it makes it to work in Placer County when you have that kind of cooperation. In years past at the budget hearings, we've given a lot of details regarding cases that we were handling and their potential impacts on the office and on the upcoming budget. This year I wanted to shift the focus a little bit, and I wanted to look at different aspects of the office and what it is that we do, and some of the changes that we've recently undergone, and some of the upcoming challenges as we look forward to the future. At the Placer County District Attorney's Office, we take great pride in echoing Devin's comment and being good stewards of our dollar. As one CEO employee commented once, it's hard to figure out where to cut you guys because you guys already run it so lean. And if you look at the growth of the county since 1999, the approximate start of the economic boom, while the county's population has grown by 63%, our office has grown by 7.6%. What does that mean in real terms? In 1999, there was one prosecutor for every 6,400 residents of Placer County. Today, there's one prosecutor for every 8,100 residents of Placer County. Court appearances are up 45% per attorney during that same time frame. I'm not saying those things to cry doom or tell you the sky is falling, but I'm saying those numbers because I want you to know that us, along with our criminal justice partners, are doing our part. As you know, the last few years have been quite fiscally challenging. As deep cuts were made, were required due to the economy tanking, service models had to be re-examined, revised, and in some cases totally recreated. Quite frankly, we're still dealing with the fallout. But we've been able not just to survive, but in my opinion, thrive by constantly looking at new ways to be more efficient. And technology has certainly assisted us in those endeavors. But in some cases, I think we've cut a little bit too deep, and I'm going to get into that in a little bit, and that's why I'll lay that out in a few moments. I'm asking for some minor additional funding and funding in a couple areas. We've not made a habit of asking for additional things, but even when the economy was great, over the years, for the most part, we've come into this 100% in agreement with the budget handed as outlined by the CEO's office. This year, I'm close to 100%, but more like 98%. And I'll get into the reasons for that in a little bit. First off, I want to speak to our Victim Services Unit. Many people are unaware of the good work done by this unit in our office. This unit helps victims through the criminal justice process. These victims are our family members, our neighbors, our friends, and members of our community that have suffered the misfortune of being victimized. Since Marcy's Law passed in 2008, our office has taken on more and more duties to help these folks, these victims. We help them recover restitution, manage the difficulties of the court system with them. We even help them with funeral and burial expenses, as well as relocation relocation if it is appropriate. Last year, this unit dealt with 3,862 new victims. On the slide, we've given a snapshot of some of the kinds of crimes that those folks suffered. This year, we implemented a new computer case management system to streamline and better document the services that we provide to our Placer County victims. This year, we collaborated with the Placer County Law Enforcement Chaplaincy on the first annual Victims' Rights Breakfast that was held during National Victims' Rights Week. We look forward to continuing to serve our community and the citizens of Placer County in the upcoming year. I think all of you are acquainted with the MDIC Child Interviewing Center. This year, they were honored with an Outstanding Collaboration Award by the Placer Collaboration Network. With the assistance of Health and Human Services, County Council, and our criminal justice partners, MDIC interviewed 148 children last year. To provide more comprehensive services, 2011 and 2012 saw us partner with the Lighthouse Resource Center and Kids First so that the children and youth in our community can be better served. Elder abuse continues to be an area of grave statewide concern. Our Elder and Dependent Adult Task Force, CAMIT, meets bi-monthly and collaborates with members of the community and law enforcement on crime prevention. This year, we reached out to over 500 Placer County citizens through our collaborative crime prevention presentations. 2012 also saw us update our protocol and resource guide for that collaboration. Our witness notification unit has suffered many cutbacks over the last few years. It has gone from 3 persons to 1 to handle coordinating approximately 15,000 to 20,000 subpoenaed witnesses on any given year. In 2012, we have been able to better serve our agencies and community by establishing an online computer data calendar and notification system. While the bulk of the work is still done by confirmatory and informational phone calls and emails, witnesses are now able to get information online. This year saw us establish a foundation for our newly formed Public Integrity Unit. This unit will handle many different facets of white-collar crime that affect our lifestyle here in Placer County. Some of the many responsibilities of this unit will include handling all cases involving theft or the misuse of public funds, crimes by public officials or employees, fish and game cases, officer-involved shootings, and real estate fraud. One of the crucial components of that unit will be a focus on prosecuting environmental and consumer fraud crimes. These crimes have needed to be addressed in recent years, and 2012 saw us hire a prosecutor, Jane Crew, who is respected statewide for her efforts in this area. White-collar cases can be real-time hogs for our line deputies who are dealing with voluminous caseloads and the demands of busy court calendars. We feel we can better serve Placer County by developing a unit that specializes in these types of cases and are slower moving and often more complex than your normal criminal case. We look forward to collaborating with other governmental agencies at the local, state, and federal level to generate accountability for offenders and revenue increases through fines and deterrence through crime prevention. I understand that it's important to this board and to our new Chief Executive Officer, David Bosch, to formulate strategies to deal with the upcoming challenges we are facing in the next 5 years. That in itself is a challenge in the ever-shifting sands of our criminal justice system. It seems like almost daily the state is dumping more and more responsibilities on us without comparable funding. But I wanted to discuss some of the key areas that we know are going to be challenging in the upcoming years. I want to talk a little bit about succession planning. Let me start with a little historical perspective on the Placer County District Attorney's Office. In the half a century, approximately 50 years preceding 2005, to my knowledge, there was only one deputy district attorney that retired from our office. Many left due to the stress of their jobs or to pursue more lucrative private practices, but only one that I know of, Roland Iverson, actually retired in the early 1990s. That's all changed recently. Over the last couple of years, and fast forwarding through December 31st of this upcoming year, this office will have lost a number of employees due to attrition who have been key figures in keeping Placer County a safe place to live over the last 3 decades. These are names you're familiar with: Tom Beatty, Rick Opich, Garen Horst, and Suzanne Gazaniga, just to name a few. We've lost and are losing folks due to the election to the bench, medical issues, and just plain old retirement. When you tally up what has been lost during the time frame, it is approximately 232 years of prosecutorial experience. I want you to think about that for a minute. 232 years of prosecutorial experience.
And that's just on Beatty by himself.
Yeah, exactly. He's a large chunk of that. That's a lot of institutional memory. That experience makes supervising a much easier task. It also makes training a much less expensive proposition because most of those folks could and have been teaching instead of being the student. We're an office in transition. Don't get me wrong, we're up to the challenge. While many good prosecutors are gone, many good prosecutors remain. Placer County is in good hands. We're bringing in folks that'll charge hell with a bucket of water. We're bringing in prosecutors. We're bringing in people that you would want representing the people of this county or your own family should they be victimized. But these are folks that are still learning, still growing, still becoming the prosecutors that they will someday be. That has an impact on our organization. We have needed to take a look at how our office is organized and the roles within the office. A couple years ago, I was of the opinion that I wanted my supervisors to supervise. I no longer have that luxury. Our supervisors need to carry caseloads and they need to be in court so that they are available to mentor our less experienced attorneys. The job of our supervisors is spread much thinner because of our current situation. For those reasons, I have this request, and this relates back to the newly formed Public Integrity Unit. To date, I've been able to create this unit by restructuring and reorganizing the office without any other cost. However, I'm asking the board to allow me to unfund one of my senior deputy district attorney positions and to create a new supervisory deputy district attorney position. I need to establish this leader of this unit that has vision, experience, and most importantly, good judgment. I need someone who can lead this unit through its developmental stages and afterwards as it becomes a fully functioning unit. For obvious reasons, given the types of crimes that unit will be handling, I think that person needs to be a management and a confidential employee. The total cost of this transition is minimal. It's simply the salary difference between a senior and a supervising deputy DA. In addition, in the upcoming year, there may be occasions where we have to reach out and hire a little bit more experienced attorney as opposed to a deputy district attorney one, and that's just simply because of the overall state of the office. I want to speak for a moment on laboratory issues. Dealing with toxicology issues is nothing new for this board and the Placer County District Attorney's Office. As you may remember, several years ago, our cost for solid dose analysis, breath testing, and bodily fluid analysis was nearly $600,000. We were able to reduce those costs significantly, approximately 50%, by shifting from a private provider and utilizing the California Department of Justice Bureau of Forensic Services. They also provide many other services that assist us in the investigation and prosecution of criminal cases. At first, this seemed like a marriage made in heaven. However, as the state's financial struggles have taken hold, DOJ's Bureau of Forensic Services has had difficulty keeping up with statewide demands. They have been unable to fill new positions, undergone cuts, and been threatened with a 50% reduction in funding last year, according to one article that I read. This has resulted in continuing service problems. Delays in testing result in many continuances and wasted efforts on the part of our office, the courts, and the defense bar. Further exacerbating this issue, in February of this year, representatives of the Attorney General's office commented at the California District Attorney's Winter Conference that there was a movement afoot to discontinue or significantly reduce lab services to rural and medium-sized counties. On July 10th, I received a letter from the Attorney General, Kamala Harris, that the Bureau of Forensic Services was discontinuing the analysis of questioned documents since the program no longer had sufficient number of examiners to provide services to our client agencies. I have grave and well-founded concerns that cuts to toxicological services may not be far behind. While we can contract privately for analysis of questioned documents, it is imperative that we come up with an alternative long-term solution for who's going to do our lab work. The District Attorney's Office has consulted with Karen Sheldon, an expert in this field, regarding the different possible solutions to this problem. We are looking at all aspects of the issue to come up with a long-term solution. We need a long-term solution, one, so I can start sleeping nights again. Possibilities include staying with DOJ and seeing if they can pull through this budget crisis. Staying with DOJ, seeing if they're going to pull through. Contracting privately again. Contracting with other governmental agencies, and the possibility of building a Placer County laboratory in the South Placer Justice Center area. Due to the geographic requirements, our options privately and through contracting with other governmental agencies are severely limited, and we want to take a look at each and every one of those. Additionally, we must keep in mind that should DOJ discontinue services, there will be a large number of counties who are seeking the same exact services that we are with the minimum number of providers. As a result of multiple conversations with Ms. Sheldon, a needs assessment was prepared for Placer County. In addition, surrounding counties have been contacted to determine if they would want to partner with Placer County and receive their laboratory services, should we move in that direction. Some economies of scale will determine the cost of forensic testing. Each county which would choose to partner with us can reduce the cost of testing and therefore perhaps entice other counties to do the same. Once the maximum testing capacity is determined, we can better know the advantages and disadvantages to whether or not we can provide our own services here in Placer County. We expect to come forward in the upcoming months with our findings and a list of possible solution for your board's consideration, but I want to make sure that each of you is aware of that potential problem that looms out there. I want to talk a little bit about investigative staffing, and I'm going to be as direct as I can. The Placer County District Attorney's Office wishes to fund 2 currently allocated but currently unfunded investigator positions. To understand the need for those positions, it is important to understand the evolution of the investigative arm of the Placer County District Attorney's Office. When I started with the office, the unwritten rule was that the referring agency handled all the investigation until after the preliminary examination, and then as it moved towards trial, our staff, who were more available to the deputy DAs handling the cases and more aware of the intricacies of trial demands, handled the cases. But through the years, particularly over the last couple of years, that has evolved dramatically. As our criminal justice partners have tightened their belt, we have become more of a clearinghouse for investigative services. We have experts in many different areas, and our folks are well aware of what's needed for a successful prosecution. Our investigative responsibilities and expertise include narcotics, gangs, working undercover, planning and preparing field operations, search warrants, fingerprints, sexual assault cases, use of force, forensic computer investigation, firearms expertise and range masters, child abduction, homicide investigations, and homicide cold case investigations. Last year, with 8 funded investigators, they responded to 6,000 service requests from our deputy district attorneys. A service request can be something as simple as locate and personally serve a witness to help an allied agency conduct a homicide investigation, which one of our investigators did and was on a long-term assignment for 3 months as they pulled that murder case together. One of our investigators has been assigned to the Mountain and Valley Marijuana Investigations Team, working in conjunction with federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies in an endeavor to effectively enforce the controlled substance laws of the state of California, as well as federal laws relating to smuggling, trafficking, and cultivation of controlled substances. By using this task force concept, the member agencies intend to coordinate narcotic enforcement regionally to increase the flow of information between the law enforcement agencies participating in the MAVMET and to provide a highly trained and mobile specialized enforcement team. Since its inception in 2008, MAVMET agents, which was a 10-member team up until last year, have compiled an impressive record. They have conducted 352 investigations, resulting in the service of 199 search warrants and 534 felony arrests. 175 federal indictments. They've seized 119 pounds of methamphetamine, 54.7 pounds of cocaine, 38,000 pills of ecstasy, over 12,000 pounds of processed marijuana, and over 12,000 indoor plants, and almost 800,000 outdoor plants. Seized over 195 firearms, seized $8,977,744 in cash, and property valued at over $6 million. They've dismantled 58 drug trafficking organizations. This is a very busy unit, and they are very effective, and it's very important that we remain a part of them. Homicide cases. Unsolved homicides are inherently very complex cases, and added to the equation is the evolving method in which crime scene evidence is processed and stored. As the cases are identified and reviewed, we have to repackage evidence to today's standards. This process has been time-consuming and therefore controlled the pace at which some of our older cases are reviewed. In 2009, the Placer County District Attorney's Office, along with the Placer County Sheriff's Office, received a grant to investigate these cold cases. The cold case unit successfully investigated, solved, or obtained substantial leads in many of these cases. Unfortunately, the grant funds end, but our obligation to those cases does not. We have to continue to research them. I would indicate also that we have applied for another grant. We'll know next month, $500,000, whether or not we're going to get that grant. Our office has also played significant roles in assisting with current investigations in major cases. And I mentioned that I wasn't going to mention cases, but now I am going to mention one, because what came out of this cold case grant, what came out of a Placer County investigation, was an individual that we prosecuted on a murder case. And during the course of that investigation, we either solved or moved closer to solving 9 other homicide cases around the nation. It's a big case. Placer County should be very proud of its role in that case, and it was a direct result of this cold case unit. So I wanted to mention that. But it causes a strain on our existing investigative staff. Funding for these positions will allow our office to continue investigating cold cases and aid the law enforcement agencies of Placer County in investigating other substantial criminal cases. We have one investigator who is dedicated almost exclusively to performing forensic investigations on computers. This takes him out of the running for other tasks because of the amount of work that comes in. Our investigators also respond to officer-involved fatalities, responding to the crime scene, conducting or monitoring interviews, attend autopsies, review police reports, as well as conduct independent investigations regarding each incident. One of our many responsibilities mandated by code is for the District Attorney's Office is the enforcement and investigation in the area of parental child abduction. If a parental abduction has occurred, the Placer County District Attorney's Office gets instructed to locate and return the child as specified in the court order. These orders are carried out not only within the state, but internationally. These orders require the investigator to not only locate the child or children and return them home, but also to coordinate the criminal prosecution of the offending parent in the appropriate jurisdiction. Our investigators also compare latent fingerprints that have been lifted from the crime scene to a known suspect. They compare fingerprints from 969B prior convictions of defendants to their most recent arrest. They assist other law enforcement agencies on blind fingerprint comparisons. They compare defendants' fingerprints regarding identity theft and the wrong person being prosecuted by our office. They print defendants in court to verify their identity, and they dust for latent fingerprints and testify in court as experts in fingerprints. We have the same evidentiary issues that our agencies do. If we take in evidence from the agencies or from the court, we have to keep track of all that. I can go on and on and on about the work that our investigators do. And the bottom line is, in the early 2000s, we had 9, and we currently have 8, and it's just not enough. If you take out our narcotics deputy investigator, if you take out our computer forensic investigator, if you take out the equivalent of basically one investigator because they're doing MDIC interviews, and you take out someone who may be working on a homicide case, pretty soon you're down to 3, 4, maybe 5 investigators that are doing the other 5,000, almost 6,000 plus requests, and it's just not enough for them to keep up. And for those reasons, I'm asking to fill the 2 unfunded investigative positions that we've asked for. AB 109, I've gone on and on today. I'm usually one of the shorter ones, but apparently today I'm one of the longer ones. I apologize for that. AB 109 I'm not going to get into. I know we've hit you with a lot about AB 109 over the course of the last year and a half. Both of my criminal justice partners mentioned it and its impacts on the system. As you're moving forward and talking about where does our criminal justice system go, that discussion begins with discussion of AB 109. And honestly, we're so early into it that we're still gathering information, but you can already see the devastating impacts as outlined by both Marshall and Devin in that area. So at the end of the day, we're very proud to serve our community. We're very proud to be a part of Placer County, and we're going to do the best job that we can with what you give us. And we appreciate the opportunity to come up here and present you, to tell you a little bit more about our office, to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you, Scott, for such a passionate display. You mentioned the Public Integrity Unit. Can you tell me what
Yeah, what traditionally has happened is if we get any sort of white-collar crime, any sort of heavy-duty, major fraud-type case, it's just assigned out to a deputy, not any particular deputy, because we don't have a unit that deals with those types of issues. So it kind of goes into the hopper with everything else. Well, if you're dealing, with voluminous caseloads, those are the types of cases, I mean, some of them can have literally hundreds of thousands of documents that need to be reviewed. It's a massive time hog for you, and it really clogs you up for dealing with the day-to-day stuff. I mean, you might have 30 cases on calendar that morning that you need to go deal with, and there's no time to really parcel away so that you can focus in on that investigation. And we really felt strongly that we needed to get people that would develop expertise in that particular area. The environmental and consumer fraud unit, we have been utilizing the circuit prosecutor that CDAA provides. That individual services, I'm not even sure the number of counties, but a boatload of counties. And the way it works out is he can't dedicate a lot of time to Placer County, and we feel strongly that there's things that we have to do to focus in on those types of crimes. And like I said, we were very fortunate. Jane Crew has established quite a reputation when she was with the Sacramento County DA's office. At one point, she was the circuit prosecutor for CDAA, and she's now a Placer County employee, and we're quite proud of that.
Good.
So. You look like you had a question. No? Just shut up and sit down, right? Yeah, I know.
I see no other questions. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
All right, so that was the last of our departmental budget presentations today. Graham, did you want to come back up to the podium? I think you may have I'm sorry, Mark. Did you have something you wanted to conclude with? I apologize.
No, I was done.
Okay.
Unless you had any general questions about the budget recommendations for public safety.
I think we're good. Thank you. Graham came back with some of the information that we asked for earlier, and I just figured since we asked for that information today, we should probably just pound it out.
Sure.
So we'll start with this one.
Sure. What is being distributed to you now for your binders is two different slides that we talked about this morning. The first is one that was previously presented, but the percentages weren't on it, related to how we break down our budget by appropriations category. So we've included that here. The salary and benefits one, where there was a question about what's that actual percentage. I think I said something in the 35 to 40% range is right, just under that 40% level. And you can also see how the other categories related to the county operations break down by a percentage basis. And so if there are not questions about that one, I would then move to the next one that was requested. This is actually a repeat of what we discussed this morning relative to funded positions and the change. And what came out of that was a discussion relative to a filled positions version of that, which is here. And you can see the 16% a decrease in filled positions since 7-8, as was mentioned earlier, and the change by functional area within the county in terms of the number of filled positions year over year and going back to 2007-8. So these materials are now available for your binders, and I'm happy to entertain any questions that you may have about either of these.
So, Graham, I'm just looking at filled versus the funded slide, which was what spurred this. So that was slide 27 originally. And the note that's on slide 27 didn't make it to the filled positions regarding the 23 positions that were moved from HHS to admin services. So the general government...
You'd have to shift 23 into general government.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So that note on the funded position slide also applies to the filled positions, whereby the HHS percentage of 26.8% reduction since 7-8 is artificially high because it reflects those positions being pulled out, the filled portion of those positions being pulled out and redirected to the general government side, and which is to say the actual percentage there for general government is really higher if you do apples to apples,
Yeah.
going back to 7.8. It's closer to the 15% range.
Yeah, okay, good. That was my only comment on that. Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, did you want to wrap us up for day one, or are we wrapped?
I believe we're wrapped. We have a few items that we have triggered for discussion tomorrow relative to open issues, and we've kept track of that. We'll be working on those between now and tomorrow, and we'll incorporate those and any others that come up in the morning in the afternoon discussion for your board's consideration and direction.
All right, thank you. Anything further from any member of the board? David?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Jerry? Good. In that case, we stand adjourned. We'll resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.